How you doing? Good to see you, man. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm trying to not make a ton of noise, but basically we just started. I think it's about probably about 7:45, 7:50 right now. This is like our fourth stop. And let me see, we are here. Go more hike, good to see you. I hear you testing 1, 2, 3. If you know anything about public transportation in Thailand, then you know that it's the way that you go is quietly. So anyway, who this is? This is Mike's from livemyassoff.com. Glad you're here. Thank you for the thumbs up. Oh, I need to turn off my notifications from Facebook Messenger. That's going to be annoying. So anyway, what I tried to do, guys, is I tried to use my gimbal for this, but the problem is that like basically where I'm sitting here, so where I'm sitting, and I could probably take this off, but again, it's one of those like social norms that everyone is sort of, you know, like doing. But anyway, as you can see, the social distancing is in place, which is great because that means I have leg room. And there's some folks back there. And considering the amount of seats, it's only about like, at least this car is about 20% full, maybe 30%, based on the number of seats that could be filled. Hold on. So it's, and I got my battery plugged in, and I think I'm at about 40%. There is a... So, go more hike. Are you familiar with a noogie or a wet willy? Because when you and I meet up, A, I'm going to have my gimbal, and B, I'm going to give you a noogie. Because that's what we do at the Cool Kids table, my friend. So I got to tell you guys, like once this thing starts moving and this air is here, and I have no doubt there is like crazy wind noise right now. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. You guys like hate this mask, but thank you, Ron, and thank you for retracting that. But yeah, once it starts going, guys, and the wind is blowing, it's not too bad. Now, I made the decision actually to be on this side of the train because I thought, okay, well that side of the train is the east side. And so that one's going to be getting most of the sun, and so I won't be as hot over here. But I think I made the wrong decision because the sun is already on this side, and the sun is going to be basically going that way all day. So I may move up to that side over there. Although right now there's no direct sun, and again, as long as we're moving, it's not too bad. What up, tablecloth face? Hey, Brian, good to see you, man. Cheap train ride, absolutely, Paul. It was 56 baht, dude. 56 baht. Are you kidding me? Go bar hike. If you've watched enough of my videos, you know there's rarely a topic. But basically, the topic is being able to travel within Thailand for essentially no money. I'll give you a great example. So when I got off the train, and I needed to take the train down to, when I got off the MRT, and I needed to take the MRT down to this train station where I caught this train. The motorbike taxi cost me 20 baht, and it took about 3 minutes, and my train ticket is in fact 56 baht, and this train ride is going to take about 6 hours. So where am I going? So Justin, I'm heading down to what's called Prachuap Khiri Khan. If you followed Foreigner Joe and his girlfriend Gift, that's where they live now. You can also look on my channel, and if you go to the main page and in the magnifying glass, if you type in Prachuap Khiri Khan, you'll see a series of videos that Gracie and I made when we were down there about 4 months ago. And hey, good to see you. Hello, brother. Gotta love Thailand. I absolutely am just so with you right there. Just so long as I get to hear that smooth DJ voice. Yeah, well, I tell you what. Right now, as you're probably keenly aware, there's a little bit of wind noise I got going on. But again, I wanted to try this, and if it bugs enough of you guys that you're just like, yeah, no, forget it, I don't want to hang out, then I'll stop, because I mean, I can always video this, or I can always just, do Facebook chat with Gracie, so I'm not too worried. But yeah, so I'm heading down to Prachuap Khiri Khan, and again, if you know anything about the sort of topology of Thailand, then you know that Prachuap Khiri Khan is a city, but it's also a province. So we're heading down that way. And I've been on since 7:30, and I believe it's probably, actually, can I see what time it is? Oh yeah, it's 8:01. So I've been on this for literally 30 minutes as of right now. And the other thing I want to share with you guys is, as of today, I have been in Thailand 6 months, guys. An entire half year. I landed here November 21st, and I am so jazzed. So jazzed. Yeah, south of Bangkok. And you didn't get notified. Yeah, that doesn't shock me. Noise not as bad as you think. Good to know, Brian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The drink goes to the Malaysian border. So normally I think you're right. The train schedules and the number of trains traveling, your notification says this is from 19 hours ago. Okay, so the 19 hours ago live stream that I did, that was from last night. So anyway, Ron, you're jealous. Yeah, right on, dude. Well, hopefully I can share this with you guys. And anyway, Roy, rather. Indeed, this train, this train number, or rather this route number, 255, it does indeed go to, and I'll try and give you guys like an idea of, what it looks like from my side. In fact, I may, cruise over to that side here in the next, I may just do it now, because I don't think this sun is going to do anything but increase. But let's watch it. So we know that the sun is like right there at that red thing, and then we'll look at it in like a half an hour and see if it's moved over here. Because if so, and the angle's going down, then I'm going to get like direct sunlight on me. Let me tell you something, Patrick. I am having a gratitude attack of epic proportion. Fans in the house, do more life. Awesome, guys. Glad to see you. Oh, that's right. He goes live at like 8:30 today, right? I'm doing this live on YouTube, so unfortunately, I can't bring him in, and that would have been really awesome. Although I'm not totally convinced on the reliability of this stream. So even if I was using StreamYard, which actually does not work well on an Android, it would be cool to have to bring Jeremy in. Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, that'd be awesome. So, Gotta Love Thailand says, just to be a YouTube thing, because some of the people I get notified by and some of them I don't. Yeah, totally, dude. Trust me, it's really good. But I'll tell you what, Patrick, to your gratitude attack, yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, man, I don't think it's a requirement to have to go through a disappointing experience or anything near a near-death experience to be able to appreciate life as much as I do. But I can tell you right now, from my experience, it sure as hell helps. Because guys, I mean, I got to wake up this morning, and my biggest decision was, do I go back to bed or do I actually get on this train and head to the beach? So Justin, I could go to Hua Hin. So Justin, actually, this train stops a number of places. One of them is Cha Am, actually, and then the next one is Hua Hin, and it'll stop at Hua Hin at approximately 11:30. And Earl, good to see you. Right on, dude. Glad you're here. And I could actually go to Cha Am, and I wanted to go to Cha Am initially, but what I realized is that if I get to Cha Am, I actually cannot walk on the beach. And it's one of those places that's it's large enough and visible enough such that they're actually enforcing the rules of not like walking on the beach, and I really want to do that. And my experience with, as well as watching some of Foreigner Joe's videos from Pachara Currycon, is that I'm going to be able to walk on the beach there, and that's absolutely what I want to do. I'm really, really excited to do that. I'm psyched to smell the salt air in the morning, and yeah, so that's definitely going to be done. Do show you the beach. I absolutely will show you the beach. 8:15 or 8:30. Yeah, I thought I saw the scheduled thing for Do More Life for Jeremy was at 8:30, so that was really cool. He's pairing up with Gio today. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, those guys are actually probably the most appropriate to have on as a team because they're the same age, or a similar age at least. They're similar in their lifestyle and career. And so when Jeremy and I get together, arguably it's like, okay, well, yeah, it's interesting, but at the end of the day, like, I'm not living like he is, he's not living like I am. And so while the contrast, I think, is also educational, the Gio Jeremy show, I think, is probably a little bit more appealing to their audience, each of their audiences. And you know what's funny is I was actually looking at some of the metrics on YouTube last night actually, right after our live stream when I closed down, and literally 100% of my viewers are male. And I was like, well, that's kind of weird because my friend Missy and then Teresa watches, but they watch on YouTube. Oh, and actually I forgot to post this link on Facebook. Sorry, I meant to say that they watch on Facebook. So yeah, for some reason the female fans I have, they watch on Facebook. But now what's been common is that, am I like zoomed in? Well, yeah. So what's been common is indeed people get off on this train, and they have been sort of, you know, I mean, this is a commuter rail, you know, for those people. And I mean, considering I'm going 6 hours for 56 baht, I can't even imagine what it must be to just go like, you know, 25 minutes. I mean, it's got to be like 2 baht, or it's like 6 baht or something. I mean, it's probably cheaper than a sung tao. Sorry, I'm not looking at you guys. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'm going to turn this around because otherwise I'm going to catch crap from my mask. I know, I just grabbed this one. You know the reason I wear this, guys? The reason I wear this one is it's incredibly loose, and these things aren't real tight, so it doesn't like pull my ears forward. And after like wearing one of these things for a while, it becomes really kind of like, it's annoying. It's like wearing a pair of really small, like 2 small eyeglasses. So anyway, 5 likes. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that. I'm honored. If I keep watching your videos, I will hopefully be able to avoid needing a life or death situation to gain insights on gratitude. You know what, Patrick? That's actually one of the reasons I share these things, because the good news is that I've been able to share my story with enough guys, and I've been able to interview, if you will, enough guys that to let you know that I believe 100% it is not a requirement. You don't have to hit bottom just to be able to, you know, basically start going up. And the other thing too is that if your life is imperfect, I mean, don't forget, you decide where the bottom is. The bottom is just where you stop digging. So if you're, I got some buddies in Southern California, as you might guess, and they're going through a divorce. Shocker. And they're like, oh my God, I wish I could move to Thailand and be with all those cute girls. And I'm like, well, take care of yourself first, dude, because if you're just getting out of a divorce and, you know, your life really isn't that awesome, the chances of you being able to attract a woman that is going to be incredibly healthy for you are pretty slim. So take care of yourself first and then start dating, okay? because it's just going to probably end pretty badly if you just hop from one bad decision to the next. Gomorhak says, I'm getting my laptop out now to watch Do More Life, and I'll have this show on my tablet. Oh, dude, thank you. I'm so honored. That's like totally cool. For me, traveling to Thailand, Earl says, or anywhere else would be cool to learn a new language, culture, and customs country. Live. Yes, MedTech, I'm actually live right now. Hey, Mike. Hey, guys. Good to see you, Bob. Thanks for being here. Have I booked a place to stay? So here's what's interesting about that, Roy. The short answer is no, I have not, technically right now. However, I booked a place yesterday, and because, as I mentioned in the live stream last night, my train yesterday was going to leave at 5 a.m., but the curfew is at 4 a.m. So the timing for me to be able to, ideally catch a taxi at 4:01 a.m. right after the curfew's over and get to my 5 o'clock train, that just simply didn't happen. So I forfeited my train ticket that I bought yesterday, and I also basically forfeited the one-night stay that I got. But what I've discovered online is that the exact same room, it's like a large, or whatever they call those, premier room or something, with an ocean view. And I'm staying at the Zide, Z-E-A-Z-I-D-E, beach resort there in Pratt Shop, Curry Con, right on the beach. And and the other thing too is that with part of this video, you guys just got an example there of how long they stop. And so for the most part, like, they slowed down to almost a complete stop, not 100%, but pretty much as slow as stopping is, and then they get back going pretty quickly. So while there is an enormous number of stops, at the end of the day, I'll get there. And okay, so remember how we were watching this and the sun was like right there? So that means the sun has moved there. So what we're gonna do is, I believe we are gonna make the executive decision to simply just go sit there, I think. Hold on. Actually, see, here's the thing, is that, like, there's no sun on me, so I think I'm going to be good, actually. Oh, there's 20 of you there. That's totally awesome, guys. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming by. So, no, I haven't booked a place to stay, but what I'm doing, actually, is I'm going to the place that I had a reservation yesterday, and it was one of those deals on Agoda where you got to put your credit card in, but you pay at the location. And again, look, nobody's got any business right now, so I'm going to get there and I'm going to say, look, I had a reservation for yesterday. I totally realized that I didn't make it here. Here's why I couldn't make it. I'm totally happy to pay you for yesterday. And I have no expectation that she's going to give me like a free night, if you will. And it's like, I think it's literally 990 baht for this room. It's got a king-size bed and an ocean view. And she's got a massive special on Facebook between May 18th and May 31st, because I mean she's got limited business in May to begin with, because it's like, low season. And one of the things that I actually forgot about the last time I did this was the fact that while the air does feel good, it's kind of dusty. So I may need to put my glasses on, or like go like this. I don't know. But yeah, I forgot that the air comes with some soot as it's flowing over me. But so we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, worst case scenario is I owe the lady 990 baht, and then I pay her another 990 baht to stay there. So Ron says, don't fly United unless you wear white. They partnered with Clorox today for plane disinfecting. Oh yeah, that's funny. United and American Airlines, in my experience, are two of the most incompetent airlines as it relates to customer service. Now, the United States arguably has some of the worst carriers. I mean, they're not as bad as Russia as far as global travel goes, but I mean, if you've flown any of the Japanese and the Taiwanese airlines, their customer service is exceptional. So gratefully, United.com, right, allows me to book flights based on the amount of points that I've racked up on United. But it uses the Star Alliance partnership, so I can actually use my United points and book EVA. Thank God, because EVA is one of my favorite. Paul T says good advice to avoid the bad rebound effect after leaving a relationship. Yeah, I would, again, you know, it's been my experience, but it's also been my visualization, and especially if the guy's on his second divorce, because you could argue. I mean, I've said to these guys, I've coached these guys. These guys have paid me literally. There was, you know, interestingly enough, I was just trying to respond to some emails that you guys have sent, which I'm grateful to have and I'm honored to have, and just know that it is a challenge for me to get back to all of you with the response that I believe you deserve and the detail that I want to add to the emails. But one of the guys was talking about divorce, and he was talking about, hey, so what's this coaching thing you used to do, and how come you remove that from your Patreon offering? And then he was like, well, can we just talk? Like, do you use Zoom? You know? And I was like, well, yeah, I do. I said, but unfortunately, if I talk to you, which I'm honored to do, then that means that I'm taking time away from somebody else. And talking with enough of my colleagues and my mentors, I discovered that the most appropriate thing actually is for me to start putting a little bit of a fee based on my time that I spend one-on-one with one person, asking very specific questions and helping to the best of my ability. But to that point, I was reflecting back on, because one of the guys, actually, I think his name was John, he asked me, he said, well, what did you used to charge when you were a coach? Well, I mean, remember, like, that was in the United States and it was Southern California. I used to charge $675 an hour. And usually it was a minimum $15,000 per month. And the executives that I coached, I would highly encourage them to sign up for at least 6 months, because the amount of work that you're willing to do when something is like for free and you can blow me off is almost zero. If you were paying a coach, a couple $100s a month, and you just simply don't have the time, and you got a big business deal or something that you really think that you need to work on, and working on yourself in a coaching environment or in coaching engagement is less important. But if you're spending a lot of your personal money and or thousands of dollars of your company's money, then it is a commitment that you're going to follow through on. And so unfortunately, that seems to be kind of like the system that we use in the United States to ticket somebody. Like if you speed, the ticket's like $500. If you speed and the ticket was only $5, then you just keep speeding and you wouldn't care. So I'm not. So the thing that bothers me about that whole model is that it is very punishment related. But at the end of the day, I think it's 51% accountability, and what I've discovered is that it really yields great results. So in any case, I was just thinking about that as far as what I used to charge there. Hey, that guy, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming by. But anyway, one of the things that I would coach guys with, because as you can imagine, guys in their 40s, 50s, and 60s that are even going through their first divorce, let alone their second or third divorce, their ability to be a top-notch CEO decreases exponentially when they're distracted by the quote-unquote lovely woman they used to be married to, when that's taking up a lot of attention units in their head. So while I'm not a psychiatrist or certainly not a psychologist, I believe I am a very excellent business/life coach. And I say that because at the end of the day, I'm not coaching things, I'm not coaching machines, I'm not coaching code, I'm coaching humans. And again, you got to remember that the accountability in a coaching relationship, there's zero accountability for the coach. Okay, the coach is there to basically show you what might be possible and or encourage you to look, but you're the one that needs to do the work. And a lot of people don't understand that. When you relate it to sports, it's pretty easy to see. It's like, look, the coach was motivating and he gave me some goals, and then I had a team that was also motivating me, so that's helpful. But in a one-on-one coaching engagement, it's a little bit different, because it's like, look, dude, you can not do this work all day long. I'm not going to put a gun to your head to go to Alcoholics Anonymous. But if you're worried why you get a DUI every weekend, well, you might want to take a look at that. Here's what I've done. Here's my experience, strength, and hope. And if you want a solution and you want a life as amazing as mine, then you may or may not want to do what I've done. And trust me, I'm not saying my life is amazing for everybody. It's amazing for me. So you may not necessarily want the life that I have, but there is a possibility willing to commit time, energy, and money, time, talent, and treasure into working with a coach, be it me or somebody else, then that means you love and respect yourself enough to be able to say, okay, look, you know what, I need to change. I need to change for the better, and the next whatever is going to be the best thing that's ever happened to me in my life. My next relationship, my next vacation, my next time off, my next company that I start, my next team that I get to lead, my next boss that I report to, the next time I sit down and have tea with my mom, whatever the next interchange is, whatever the next goal is, I would submit to you that there's a very good reason why my company is called Amazing. It's not called Adequate, and it's certainly not called Average, and it's not even called Above Average. It's called Amazing, and guess what? That takes a lot of work. That takes a lot of work, and if you're willing to put the work in, and you're willing to look at yourself in the mirror every single morning, and truly believe when you say, I am the luckiest guy in the whole world, I need to go outside and I need to do something significant, well, then us having a one-on-one conversation might be just the best fit for you. Isn't it amazing how much quieter it gets? And how much louder I get? Oh, my Buddha. Oh, wow, and traveling, you are so cool. How's the quality been, guys? I mean, I'm 26 minutes in. Thank you for the 20 people that are here. I'm really honored by the 9 likes as well. But, you know, I mean, we're traveling up to, I think this goes as fast as 60 miles an hour at times. And so, you know, that means there's a 60-mile-an-hour wind that's blowing potentially on the back microphone. I can't remember what microphone it uses when I use it this way, but so there's that wind noise. But there's also a high likelihood that when I switch cell towers, while it does that pretty damn seamlessly with the 4G LTE standard, it's imperfect. It's probably quite imperfect, so... Anyway, TG, Mike, it makes me happy to see you able to move around the country. Feels like a harbinger of more normal times ahead. You know what, dude, I am like crossing my fingers big time on that one, because it's not just like all of a sudden yesterday I was able to take a train ride. Like, this has been building. We're now in phase 2 of the opening, as far as the number of places that will open, and the fact that there are actually 2 trains, for example, today, 2 routes that go from Chaham, Hua Hin, down to Pratarap, Kurikan. Makes me really, 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 really happy. And I'm trying to take advantage of it to the best I can. And I'm really honored to take you guys with me. So thank you, that guy. I really appreciate you saying that. These traveling videos and streams are fun. Cool, Paul. Cool, Paul, man. That's really cool. I was worried you were going to lose the shady spot. Yeah, I am kind of, I mean, it's going, but like where I'm at, I mean, there's effectively no sun on me. So basically the sun's like from, you know, kind of like the north-ish. And at some point, we're gonna basically head due south. Now we may already be doing that, guys. I'm not quite sure. I can check on a compass, but I'd rather just kind of sit here and talk with you guys. But I'm not too worried. It seems a little hazy too. There's a little bit of cloud cover, so I'm hoping that keeps a lot of the infrared off me. I'm not too concerned about the UV, and my legs really don't have any direct exposure. I'm pretty much, you know, I got the shorts on, so I should be good. Is this train usually packed? So, Gracie and I have taken not necessarily this route, but we have taken a train that looks literally exactly like this one and sat in chairs like this. We've also sat in chairs like this that don't even have like the slightest bit of padding. Like, at least this has some padding. But we've been in chairs where this is like hardwood. It's very good quality hardwood and it looks nice. But it's so Do More Life just went live, guys, and he and Gio are on that. So if you feel like watching a video and learning and or asking questions about the contrast between what a guy in his 40s who's living and working in Southeast Asia has to say versus, you know, what me as a guy in his early 50s who's retired is living, then I encourage you to go check out Do More Life. and or GIO in the Philippines. So those are two channels that are actually live together right now. If you guys want to check them out. So anyway, so this train is indeed much more packed than it is right now. There's even less people on the train right now than when I got on initially, and so I anticipate that the majority of well, I can tell you right now, I am the only farang. Like, there are only Thais on this train, 100%. And okay guys, so you know what I think just happened? It just says reconnecting and going live. But I believe that it didn't restart a new stream, so with luck we are still on the same stream. Let me scroll down to the most recent comment. Can you guys just let me know whether this is a new stream and or you got a whole bunch of notifications, or whether this is the same stream and we are still continuing, because the counter on my phone says 31 minutes 36 7, 8, 9 seconds, and then there's 25 of you, and then we have 13 likes. I'm good. Okay, very much. Thank you very much, Justin. I really appreciate that. I'll scroll back up here and make sure that the picture's a little fuzzy. Yeah, so the quality is going to go up and down for sure, and I'm scrolling back up to make sure that I get to all of you guys. Joe and Jean said, hope you're doing well, brother. I am doing awesome. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, you can call it Coach More Life. There you go. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure. Do people call me Coach Mike or Sensei Mike? No, actually, they just call me Coach, believe it or not. And the neat thing is, because of the way that I did coaching, I refer to it as being very experiential. So, as an example, one of the exercises we would do is the person would basically, potentially motivated by frustration, but also out of, like lack of interest, they would write down a list of all the things that they wanted to basically remove from their life. They would write down that list, we would talk about it, and we would also, I would also inquire to them, okay, well, what are you going to do about this? You wrote down an entire list of complaints. Like, what are you going to do to get rid of this in your life? Anyway, one of the experiential things that we do is we go down to either the beach, or there was this one restaurant in San Diego at a resort called La Berge, and it was this huge outdoor fireplace, basically. It had like glass rocks in it and stuff, and the fire, it was usually, it would go like 3, sometimes it would go about 2 to 3 feet high. And during the weekdays, it wasn't very busy. And so what I used to do, and I had an agreement with the management, is that what I used to do is I used to take my clients there. We would have a great dinner. It would be like, it's San Diego, right? So usually I would meet my clients at dinner because it would be after work for them, which is also, if you saw that picture on Facebook of me next to the limo, that was the reason why I was so fat. But in any case, we would go there and they would take the paper, basically, that they had all of their lists of things that they wanted to just completely detonate out of their lives, and we would burn that. And going through that process, it set this image in your mind that you could reflect on, such that if you and I terminated the coaching agreement, because eventually you have to do it. I mean, you're not going to be. I'm not going to be someone's coach forever, right? The goal with the coach is to say, okay, look, I need to make you autonomous. I need to make you independent. I need to basically make you one of my ex-customers. You know what I'm saying? And if I've done that, then I've helped you to the best of my ability, so that you can stand on your own 2 feet, and maybe you'll coach somebody else. Maybe not in the way I did, but maybe you'll be a better father, a better brother, a better son, and be able to coach someone else to success. So anyway. It would solidify and permanently sort of imprint a scenario in someone's mind that they would reflect back to, and we would have ways of reflecting back, acknowledging, and we would chat with each other when the person was like feeling the way that they felt when they were engaging in that scenario. Meaning, I really want to get rid of this resentment I have to the girl who wouldn't kiss me and embarrassed me in 7th grade. Sometimes it's that stuff. The other is, I really want to get rid of the disappointment and absolute almost hatred I have for my ex-wife because of the way she is trying to raise our son, who is a brilliant boy, and I completely disagree with the way that she wants him to enter life and be successful. So whatever it was, whatever was distracting you from being 110% freaking spectacular. Anyway, so that would be an exercise that we would do as part of the coaching. So, and so to MetLife's question, what did I coach? I basically, at the end of the day, the majority of the reason I would engage with people, there were two main reasons. One is that it was a highly visible executive, and they wanted to be a better leader in their organization. So they wanted to be a better CEO, they wanted to be a better CIO, they wanted to be a better whatever. And then the second group of people, which is actually how I originally started the coaching business, were people that were ridiculously visible. People who, every single one of you on this live stream, if I said their name, you would know them. They are in the business, they are in the entertainment industry. And for the most part, I engaged with them after they had about a year of sobriety or recovery. They weren't necessarily going to AA, they weren't necessarily working the 12 steps, but they had a solution in their life that had allowed them to be clean and sober from drugs and alcohol. And so that was sort of my customer base, because I could share experiences, and the people that were going through frustration could relate to me, and be like, okay, so you got over that. Tell me how you got over that. And then I would be like, okay, well, this is how I got over it, but how are you going to get over it? Are you going to do exactly the same thing I did? No, probably not. And in fact, my solution might be the worst solution, absolutely worst solution for you. But by doing that and then basically holding them accountable, then they were able to exceed their expectations. And as you know, the best advertising is a happy customer. So 100% of my marketing and or new business development occurred through word of mouth, because in the business, the entertainment industry, you have a posse, you have a bunch of your friends that you hang out with, and because of that, the trust that's built is quite high, because there's a significant amount of distrust with people that you don't know really well when you're really visible in the business. And so therefore, they would be like, dude, you should. A lot of people would call me Mickey or Mike's. You guys know I'm Mike's, but many people would also call me Mickey, and they would be like, they're like, dude, just go meet with Mickey. And usually, a lot of times, what I would do, because I was up there and it was near Newport, or it was near, oh my God, I forgot the name of that's horrible. Malibu, Jesus. It was near Malibu, and we could drive down to the beach. A lot of times, the first sort of meeting that didn't involve any sort of payment was we would walk on the beach. And we would talk, and I would just be like, okay, dude, so unload. What are you doing? Or they wouldn't feel comfortable. They might be massively introverted. They might not feel comfortable talking to me. They're like, look, let's sort of say, for the sake of argument, Steven told me that you really, helped him through this thing, and I'm not going through that thing, but he said that you're helpful, and I'm having a problem with this, or whatever. And if you know anything about recovery, it is not a necessarily very healthy behavior to put people up on pedestals in general. But in recovery, if you're new in recovery and you have 6 months, 1 year, 18 months, 2 years, something like that, it's pretty common that you ask other people that are in recovery, if for no other reason than to judge them, and that's fine. You ask them, hey, how much time do you have? How long have you been sober? How long have you been clean and sober? And so, when I started coaching, the answer is, well, I've got 18 years. And if you tell a guy who's also in his 40s or 50s, who's been sober, and again, most of the people, there was only one person, but most of the people I would really not want to work with yet until they had at least 1 year of continuous sobriety. And so when I would work with those people, a lot of times they'd have less than 2 years, sometimes 3 years, whatever. But they'd be like, well, how much time do you have, man? And I'd be like, well, I've got 18 years, 19 years, 20 years, 22 years, whatever, how long it was. I stopped coaching about, probably about 5 years ago, the way that I was doing it before. And so they're like, okay, well, that's kind of a, that's a pedigree, right? In other words, if you talk to an engineer and you ask him, okay, well, where'd you get your training? And he said, well, I used to work at the swap meet, and I repaired cell phone things, and so now I'm an electrical engineer. I'm like, well, I believe you believe that, but you're going to have to give me a little bit more description of your experience. Whereas if you say to him, hey, I got a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering with a minor in Computer Science, and I designed this thing for my senior project, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, so there's some degree of pedigree that everyone has, and I believe that that's relevant. It's a way to say, okay, well, is this person a good fit for me, right? So in any case, that was sort of the way that I did it, and that's a standard Mike's long answer to your 4-word question: what did you coach? So Ron says to Patrick, it's a good airline. Take advantage of their first class lounge on long flights for only $125. Qatar. Sorry, Qatar is a good airline. I completely agree. Qatar is a good airline, as is Emirates. Emirates is freaking spectacular. Go more hike. He could call it, Coach More Life. Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty cool. And let me make sure I'm getting to all these. Bob says he can't stay, but he'll watch later. Right on, Bob. Good to see you, man. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. My company name is Barely Breathing Lip. Really? Okay. Thumbs up, everybody. Right on. Very cool. Go more hike. Picture is a bit fuzzy. Yeah, thank you, man. I got that. That was actually a comment from how long ago? It is now 8:37, and it looks like that from about 15 minutes ago. So, okay, quality is good. Thank you very much, that guy. And yes, maybe some of you guys are buffering. So again, I really apologize that. Again, I will. I will potentially stop if this just gets too annoying, and quite frankly, the numbers of people that are concurrently watching decreases significantly. So, Ron says, brand new to me that you're a life coach. Not surprising, given your projected personality. Am I seriously impressed? Well, thank you, dude. I appreciate it, Ron. I'm actually impressed that you are here. So thank you very much. I'll tell you, there's this label that's occasionally used in circles of recovery, which is called character defects, right? And so you basically find out your imperfections, and you're like, okay, well, I would really like to work on that. I would like to work on being on time. I would like to work on not lying to my wife, whatever, right? I would like to work on being a better person. So anyway. One of the things about character defects is that I'll never, forget. I was on this first date, and this is probably 15 years ago now at least. And for whatever reason, one of the questions that came up from the girl, which I thought was actually a really great question, and she says, "Okay, well, what's like the worst thing about you?" And I smiled and I paused and I thought to myself, I think it's contempt prior to investigation. And again, that's a buzzword in various recovery circles, but it's really true. I will make a judgment about something without doing enough research. And I still do that to this day. I do it a hell of a lot less than I used to. And I'm able to identify when I'm doing it. And I believe that identifying that I'm doing it and changing that behavior makes me a better person. So do more life. Absolutely right. Do I always avoid the sun for any reason? No. In fact, I probably avoid the sun less than I should. I should probably avoid the sun a bit more, especially if I want my skin to... Hold on, I'm just touching the phone to see. Yeah, it's getting kind of hot, and I know I'm charging, so that will occur that, and I'm also streaming, but I'm at 91% battery, so I may just unplug the battery so that it's not as hot. But again, once we get going here, the air will build up versus the sweat on my brow building up. And with any luck, we will start to cool off here in a little bit. So we've been going for about 44 minutes, which is cool. There's still 24 of you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the 19 thumbs up. That's really awesome. I know that I'm talking a little bit differently than I normally am, but at the end of the day, even like at this volume, people are looking at me, but they're also looking at me because I'm 6 inches away from a phone and I'm talking into it. So they're like, okay. Met Tech asks, maybe a dumb question, what's a life coach? Choosing goals and priorities. That's one of the things. You know what, Met Tech, I would invite you. I say this to people frequently, and I know that it's kind of a phrase that we just use and we don't really think about it. But I would invite you to not ever think that any question you ask is a dumb question. I know how people say that. They're like, I mean, even I will respond sometimes. People ask me a question and, it's right off the tongue. I'm like, I don't know. And then, of course, I then spend the remainder of the answer telling them how I know. But for whatever reason, I start it with, well, I don't know, when, of course, in fact, I do know. But one of the more accurate phrases, that colloquialisms, common things that people say, teachers say, that you'll hear them say, is there's no such thing as a dumb question. And I'm a firm believer in that. So anyway, I'm not trying to harp on you, man. But anyway. So a life coach is basically a very lousy description, actually, of what I would refer to as more accurately an accountability partner, and someone who is willing to save your ass before they're willing to save your face, and hold you accountable. A friend versus an acquaintance. You really kind of need to build a trusting friendship versus a common meeting of two people that are acquaintances. It can't be a real business. It can't be more business than it is sort of discussion about life things. So anyway, but at the end of the day, anyone who says, well, I'm a business coach, well, if you have if you want to go through the mechanics and you want to say, okay, well, the way that you increase revenue in your business 10% is you take every customer you have right now and you charge them 10% more than they're paying now. Okay, well, that's mechanics. But, the minute you wake up, that's your living. And so therefore, everything is life coaching. 100% of life is life. And so therefore, it's all life coaching, but that's a very broad brush. And so anyway, so I would, at the end of the day, I would just hold people accountable, and help them exceed their own expectations, because it's very easy for at least me and many people that I've experienced to be able to, I'll use the phrase, rest on their laurels, which simply means, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, I'm going to keep getting what I'm getting, and even if I may dislike it, at least it's familiar. And so a lot of times you need a coach of some kind. And you can call them anything you want. You can call them a sponsor, you can call them a mentor, you can call them your dad, you can call them, your wife, your best friend, whatever. But I would really submit that having someone in your life that has that role adds value. So that's basically what I did. The resolution just increased, but it seems like the same stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, now I believe it is, and thank you. And again, I'm just no buffering for you. Awesome. It's the same stream, brother. Oh, you guys are so rad. Thank you so much. Good morning, stuck in Florida. Good to see you, man. Love your energy. Hey, right on, Dave. That's cool. Wait, I can't see. Dave, your name is Dave Cool? Oh my God, dude, we totally need to hang out. Because when Dave Cool tells me he loves my energy, clearly he knows what he's talking about. I had a therapist years ago, says that guy, who seemed to strive toward making me weaker / more dependent. I still wonder if he was doing that consciously. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you right now that if you own your own business, which effectively a lot of therapists are, it's very understandable that if you're in the business of charging people to talk with them, that even though you don't acknowledge it, and you may do it, like you said, subconsciously, it's like, okay, let's see. So if I talk to 2 people today, I make this amount of money. If I talk to 4 people today, I make twice as much money. And I need to pay for my kids' college education. And you may not even associate the fact that you need to have twice as many clients, or that you need to talk to your clients twice as much. But somehow in the back of your mind, you're like, okay, so I either need to come up with $28,000 for the next 3 months, or my son or daughter needs to take out a massive loan, or they need to start working at Target because I can't afford to put them through school. So whatever is occurring in their lives. So yeah, it can happen. And I can tell you right now, dude, I'm not the best coach for everybody. I've had therapists along the way. I've had great ones. I've had ones that I've just interviewed, and after the, in air quotes, first date, I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like, this is not a good fit. So I would not give up on therapy if you believe that is something that might add value to you just because you had one bad therapist. If you've had 10 bad therapists, then I would highly encourage you to seek out an 11th, because it's pretty unlikely that you're going to have 10 bad experiences with 10 bad therapists, and that might be a great indication that you need therapy more than you even know. And I'm not saying that that's true, but I've had other people say, yeah, I've tried therapy, and that guy was bad. I'm like, okay, well, you didn't try therapy if only one guy you tried was bad. You've tried a therapist, but you might want to maybe just try a different type of therapy. You might want to get an accountability partner. You might want to walk in the morning on the beach once a week with your best friend, or whatever. Morning, Stephen. Good to see you, man. Glad you're here. And that guy says, I used to be in the business. The trust was off the charts. Yeah, so maybe, yeah, so if you guys ever think that I was over-exaggerating, I bet that guy would probably say, no, dude, as it turns out, it was, you were not over, you were under-exaggerating. People you'd worked with for years might knife you without a second thought. Yeah, and that guy, I got to tell you, that's what we worked on. That's one of the things that we worked on, especially for people that were highly visible. Because, again, to the point of, I saw a therapist and I think all he wanted to do was take my money, and or he wasn't really out for helping me. He wanted to help himself or herself or whatever. If you are, let's say for the sake of argument, there's a rating system for number of people that are actors. And let's say, the people that are in like the top 10 are guys like, Brad Pitt and, whoever. The guys that are, well-known rock stars like Ozzy or, Steven Tyler or Katy Perry or whoever. And if you're one of those people that, if I were to name their name, you would be like, wait, who the hell's Billy Walters, for example? I'm not saying that's a real name. But who's Billy Walters? Well, if I'm Billy Walters and, I'm starting to hang out with people that have the names similar to, Steven Tyler and Gene Simmons and, and Brad Pitt and, whoever it is, whatever star it is, but obviously household words. And I don't know why those all just came into mind, but they did. And they weren't my clients. They weren't all my clients, trust me. But the point is that, you're like, well, I want to be them. I want to be more popular, or I want to be more visible, or I want to get a better role, or I want to be, I want to be part of their cool kids table. Versus what I think we're trying to build here, guys, is our cool kids table. This is our cool kids table, and what we're building is that we're building a place where maybe you came for the first time and you came back a second time because you were like, well, that was kind of cool. I didn't leave feeling less after coming here. And in fact, I may feel better, so I'm going to invite my friend. Or when there's a new guy that shows up in this chat, like 7 of you guys are like, hey, glad you're here. He's probably like, what? Are these guys like, do these guys work for Mike? Like, why are they so not, And so anyway, so what I submit that what we're trying to design here, and I believe that you guys are helping me do that, is the ultimate cool kids table. Where when people hear the label, or they hear about this channel, or they hear about what we're trying to accomplish here, they don't say, oh, I want to be part of the cool kids table, because they just want to, be labeled as someone who's cooler, and they want to, be able to say, well, I'm cooler than you because I'm part of the cool kids table. No. It's something that even casual observers want to be a part of, and they want to be a part of it because the reason they feel so good about being here, and the reason they feel good about leaving and coming back the next time, is the fact that while they were here, they added value. That's a team, dude. That is team. That is TEAM. That is together everyone achieves more. That is the brass ring, my friend. MedTech says, having never gotten into alcohol nor drugs, never even tried coffee, you make me feel like I haven't got anything to recover from. Well, you might not, man. I mean, I'm not saying that that's a requirement. Again, I was just describing a scenario of where a large portion of my initial clients were that. After that, my last few clients, they had never touched drugs or alcohol, and they had never certainly abused it, and they had never needed to be in recovery from it. but they had imperfections in their life and they didn't like certain behaviors. And you may be at a point where, I mean, I got to tell you, dude, there are certain things in my life that are imperfect, but I do not get down with myself. I mean, I am doing really, really well. I am ridiculously comfortable in my own skin right now. It's taken some work, quite a bit, actually. But in the last few years, it's like, with the team that Gracie and I have, and now with this, with this team that we're building here, guys, I mean, it's like, I feel really, really good about myself. It's not like trust me, dude. I mean, I am in recovery, but I mean, I don't think about alcohol. I don't obsess about alcohol. I don't obsess about drugs. I mean, I don't think about it at all. The only time I think about alcohol is when I walk by in the grocery store and I'm like, oh yeah, that's alcohol. I don't do that. Kind of like I don't particularly like ice cream with walnuts in it. I just, I don't buy Southern Comfort, and I don't buy ice cream with walnuts in it. And it's really like got that much power. It's almost nothing. It's like a blank sheet of paper. It's vanilla. It's nothing. And so MedTech, I completely honor you, dude. If you're at the point where you're like, no, I'm actually really comfortable in my own skin, Mike. I believe I act with integrity, and the people that are around me, I've designed friendships in my life that are incredibly healthy. Then, dude, you are living the dream. Trust me. There are many people that are in that scenario, and that's awesome, dude. I hope that if there are other people that see your life and they want what you have, and they're like, I want to be comfortable in my own skin like MedTech. I'm guessing that the reason that you're there is because whether you realized it or not, you probably shared that behavior or shared a solution with someone. And that's allowed you to be a lot better of a person and probably increase that person's quality of life. So great job. Hello there, everyone. Joseph. Hey, Joseph. Good to see you, man. Joseph was the guy that asked about that hotel in Bangkok that I actually went to, the Bel Air. And I was able to walk to the front door and then was immediately greeted by a security guard that said, oh yeah, we're not open. And then he gave me some hand sanitizer. But that could be any hotel. And it's not like even on that street where the Bel Air is, Bangkok Bel Air on Soi 5. There's plenty of other ones. And there's plenty of other ones within 1 block. And there's plenty of other ones within 5 blocks and all that. So, Mike, what's up, Joseph? Good to see you, man. Not too much, my friend. Aloha. Aloha, ERMD. You're perfect. You are, dude. Absolutely. I got to tell you, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Steven said BBC just aired a 2-part travel special on train journey in Thailand, north to south. Haven't watched it yet, but will now. Oh, cool. That's good. Awesome. If you don't mind, feel free in the comments later to share that URL. What will likely happen is that it'll either get grayed or blocked out, but I'll get a notification, and then I'll put it into the description and the show notes of this video. And I will also make sure that it is visible in the comments so other people can watch it. And call yourself the perfect coach? No, absolutely not. Hey, Atlanta, good to see you, Rackman. Right on, man. You can be the perfect coach for perfect people. Now, trust me, I will tell you right now that the process of discovering who you are and wanting to be better, the requirement for that is being crystal clear that you're not perfect. How am I doing, Mr. Mitch? I'm doing, dude, I'm living the dream. Absolutely, I'm great. Joseph says I'm old school, rub some dirt on it and move on. Dude, you know what? Ever works for you. I'm not saying that facetiously. I completely agree. That is an absolute, if that solution works, dude, then rub dirt, get some of this, rub it all over yourself. Because there is no downside, there is no perfect solution. And I got to tell you right now, there's plenty of people that don't know about coaches because coaches are not necessarily the right solution for everybody. Trust me. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. There you go. Absolutely. And again, like I said, guys, I mean, I don't think it's a requirement to have bad to be able to visualize good. But I will tell you, in my scenario, in my case, in my lifestyle, the amount of appreciation I have for the ability to wake up and have clean water coming out of the faucet is based on the fact that I've lived somewhere and I've owned homes where the water that comes out of the faucet, if you drink, you die. Maybe you'll clean your feet with it. So, which is harder to coach, an extrovert like me or an introvert? Neither. No one is harder. The only people that are hard to coach or ones that I don't bother wasting, I don't want to say wasting, that I don't bother spending excessive attention units on are people that simply don't want it. But an introvert or an extrovert, again, all that means traditionally is that the way that those people get energized, extroverts will traditionally get energized if you imagine, like me, like I'm talking, right? And I get energized by you guys because effectively what I'm doing is I'm talking, and those words are going out of my mouth and they're bouncing back off of you. And that's how I get energized, by doing that. Whereas an introvert just simply sits there, and I don't mean to say that in a negative way, but let's say for the sake of argument, the metaphor I'm going with is that or the description that I'm going with is that the person sits there and they just basically take all that energy in. Whatever energy is out there, they take that in, they sit there quietly and they process it and they marinate on it, and that's how they interpret information, that's how they receive information. So it's not like extroverts are better leaders, introverts are not worse leaders. Arguably you could say that they're better listeners. But again, if you're open-minded, you can train yourself to do anything. I'm pretty damn extroverted, guys, and I gotta tell you, I worked in an industry of IT, and believe me, the majority of people in the IT industry are introverted. So when I kick the door in and I'm like, all right, guys, we're gonna have a meeting, and these introverts have been knee deep in providing a solution for the team, because that's another thing. If you're highly introverted, a lot of times you're very team oriented. If you're extroverted, you are you have more of a personal desire to achieve success, which then, because you're an introvert or extrovert, working on that success and then showing it off is what allows the team to succeed, because people are like, okay, he's done it, I get it. If he can do it, I can do it. I'll follow his lead that way. So again, introverts and extroverts, the key is knowing and being able to identify the way that someone else is going to receive your information and how they can best hear you. They may be listening, but they may not be able to hear you. But if you can watch that person's behavior and say to yourself, okay, the best way for me to communicate to this person so that they'll hear me is to do it in this way, because I observe them operating like an introvert. I observe them operating like an extrovert. And you can do that quite easily with some very simple tools. And I would submit that is just one piece in the tool chest, one tool in your tool chest to be able to be a better leader. Hey, thank you for the 22 likes, guys. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. I couldn't be a contender with the right guys. Yeah, I get it. I could have been somebody. Adrian! First rule, if you're in a hole, stop digging. Absolutely, Rockman. See, what's so cool, Rockman, is I believe you joined after I said that statement. So, again, that's what makes this the cool table, because I think a lot of us here, we share a very same thought process as far as, okay, success really isn't all that difficult. We make it difficult, but if you're in your bottom ends when you stop digging, dude. Justin says, I'm addicted to beautiful Asian women, happen to be living in Southeast Asia. Yep, me too, dude. I'm not addicted to them, but I absolutely prefer them. I was going to say most of us might have that addiction. Yeah, indeed. I don't think a lot of us come to Southeast Asia because it's easier to spend money, and the women are more difficult. Yeah, I don't think I deserve that congratulation, but I'll take it. Thank you, sir. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I'm happy with my life and tripping on your honesty. Oh, okay. Right on, Dave. Very cool. Well, look, you don't name yourself Dave Cool if you're not happy with your life, right, brother? If you're surrounded by negative people, find better people to hang with. Absolutely, dude. And I can tell you that, I can tell you that one of the other fellow YouTube members, a guy that, his name is not relevant, and it's probably not one that you know, but he pinged me on Facebook the other day, and believe me, I get very disappointed with trolls, people that, are absolutely purposefully negative, and their goal is to make your life miserable. Their life is not to make you agree with them with their negativity. Their life purpose is actually to bring you down so bad that they believe that they've literally beaten you up, as if to do it physically, but they do it mentally and verbally and that sort of thing. I mean, that's their goal. And they get enjoyment out of that. They get peace out of that. And it's a very fine line for those people's personality between doing that and being legal, and then doing it and committing a crime and ending up in jail. It is a very slippery slope. And some people are sadly very good at it, and they're very good at not getting caught. And I'm not talking about, they do it to the point where what they do illegally is they physically harm you or something about. I'm talking about, their behavior is so inappropriate and erratic and self-centered, and not only do they not care about others and care about themselves first, is they really care about being able to harm other people. If they have harmed someone else and can take credit for it in any way, then they believe they're successful. Much like if you guys have ever skied, and if you start skiing young in life, then a lot of times, excuse me, it's very dusty. A lot of times what you'll do is, if you know anything about skiing, there's basically 3 ratings to ski slopes. There's green, there's blue, and there's black. And you start out on the green, and a lot of people refer to that as the bunny slope, and then you move up to the blue, which is a square, which is sort of intermediate, and then diamond or black diamond. That rating makes it much more difficult. And if you've ever skied, or at least you've skied like I have, then when you are able to successfully navigate and not fall and kill yourself, and really have a wildly successful physical dominance over a ski slope, at least when I would get down to the bottom of the hill, I would be proud of myself. I would feel really good. And unfortunately for people that have a very delusional, inappropriate way of thinking, and we label them as trolls as well as haters, or people that are stalkers or whatever, they get pleasure when they get to the bottom of the hill. If they can look back up that hill and there are people who they've knifed, people who they've shot, people who they have basically kicked off the slopes and they've broken their legs, and they're sitting there bleeding, and they have a piece of bone shard sticking out of their leg. When those scenarios occur in those people's lives, they get happy, they get proud of themselves. And the sad reality is that there's more than one of those people in the world. And so, believe it or not, what happens a lot of times is those people will actually get into relationships with people that are either the same or worse than they are at making life worse. And a lot of times that's why you'll see on the evening news that there is a man and woman, there is an actual married couple that's in a house that has now been caught for doing crazy things, like beating children or selling children. Or instead of having a verbal argument, they have an argument with shotguns. But if someone were to come in there and actually try and save one of their lives, even if they're both bleeding, they would rather shoot a policeman. They would rather shoot a person who is an EMT than allow that person to come into their house and help them. I mean, it's very sad thinking. But in any case, like I said, guys, I believe that we're making we're designing this Cool Kids table better and better every single day. So I am quick to identify negative people, and I completely remove them from my sphere. Sometimes that's by me just simply getting up and leaving and saying, okay, I'm not going to go back to that place anymore. Never. Even if I like that place, I'm not going back to that place. Or I'm going to figure out a way to get this person out of my life that will keep them out of my life permanently. And however I do that, obviously I do that legally. But the point is that I'm very, very excellent at setting incredibly healthy boundaries. To the point where usually people that don't appreciate healthy boundaries, those are the ones that get, they feel dissed. They feel like I've disrespected them, when what I've done is I've set up a healthy boundary to protect myself, which then in turn actually ends up protecting them. But they don't see it that way. They see it as they're not getting their way, and they want to be 5 years old, and they want to throw a tantrum. And so I'm really good at that. And trust me, it hurts my feelings when I set up what I believe is a healthy boundary, and that other person believes that I've offended them in some way. Now, again, I don't do it perfectly, and in fact, there are some times where I've set up what I referred to as a healthy boundary, and then even seconds, sometimes minutes, maybe even a month later, I reflect back on that, and I'm like, whoops, I did that wrong. I didn't set up a boundary. I set up a wall. I set up a barrier. That's not the healthy thing, and I need to go back, make amends for that, tell that person that I was wrong, and if there's any degree of possible friendship there, these guys hanging out, then there's a high likelihood that that person will forgive me, and we will have an even stronger relationship afterwards. So, it's all about me trying to be comfortable in my own skin. I'm comfortable in my own skin when I believe I've done the right thing. I have not harmed anyone, even in the slightest way along the way. And I've added value. I'm obsessed with adding value. The reason I believe that I and our entire board and all of the members were so wildly successful with our IT user group is because, well, I didn't start out to have a IT user group in Southern California. I'm like, dude, wherever there is the internet, we have members. As far as I'm concerned, we are a global IT user group from day one. And we need to get the most globally respected people to support our organization. And in less than 3 years of having that organization running, I am absolutely so thrilled. The end of my ski slope on this one is that when I got to the bottom of that double black diamond of having that user group, I'm happy to say that people that are on the list of top 50 richest people in the world, which means they're the top 50 most influential, and you could disagree with some of them, but I can tell you right now, when you have that amount of means, while you may make bad things happen, I can tell you right now, you do an infinite more amount of good when you have that amount of means. And so we had people that are on that Forbes list, and they were attending our meetings, and sometimes they would attend a meeting and there would be only 100 people in the room. And believe me, those people, for them to just take out a time of their day, their day is incredibly important, their time is incredibly valuable. And I was humbled and honored and believed that by them coming to our meetings, they added gargantuan value, and therefore I was doing the right thing. So I got up the following morning and said, okay, how can we do that better? How can we plus it? How can we just make this damn user group so freaking spectacular that the only thing that people want to say is, dude, I'm part of this user group. And I got to be part of this user group because I showed up and I promised I would add value. However, I did that. And that was a really awesome thing that we were able to do. And I did not do that alone, my friends. Let me tell you right now, the only way to be a leader is to have followers. And the only way that you have followers and do it with integrity is to basically act in a way that people are like, they want to do it. You don't force them to it. You don't use positional power. You just walk your walk, and people are like, well, I kind of want to hang out with him. There are some people that want to walk right next to you. There are other people that would like to walk behind you, like immediately behind you, and make sure that every step you take, they can support you in any way. And there were other people that wanted to follow my leadership by literally walking in front of me. And that's when you find someone who is one of the most healthy leaders by being a very visible follower that is out in front. And if you guys are leading an organization, or you're starting a company, or you're trying to build whatever, you find that person, if you don't succeed, you're asleep, dude. I don't know if you guys ever watched the show The West Wing. Oh God, it is getting dusty. I'm like, thank God I have this mask, but my eyes are feeling it. But if you ever watch The West Wing, I would submit to you the most important scene in that entire series is the scene where Martin Sheen, the guy who played the President of the United States, he was describing to somebody else, basically the next president, he was describing to them how you hire, if you will, or how you appoint your Secretary of State, how you appoint your not your Vice President, but how you appoint, like, you know, literally your right arm. And he asked the guy, he says, hey dude, he didn't say dude, but he said, you know, do you have a friend? Do you have a really good friend? And the guy's like, yeah, for sure. And he says, you know, very, very astutely, the line in that scene is, do you have a best friend? A real best friend? And the guy's like, he pauses for a second, he thinks about it maturely, and he says, yeah, actually I do have a best friend. He goes, get that guy, never let him go, make him your Secretary of State. And I can tell you that in my organization, the label of that role on my board was the executive director. And a president absolutely needs a vice president, because actually I resigned before my term was up because of various reasons. But I truly believe that it bettered the organization, and that was the main motivation for it. But when I did, I only did it because there was a vice president. And so if nothing else, the president always needs a vice president just in case you need to leave. And additionally, you can't be in two places at once. And if you're starting a global user group, then you cannot be in Barcelona and San Francisco at the same time. And but the organization needs to be there, and the organization needs to be led in both those places. And I do love riding the train, actually, Erico. Good to see you. Good to see you here, my friend. And I'm glad you said that, because, I mean, I suppose one could argue it's the most inefficient way of traveling, certainly on this one. And many people might label this as the most uncomfortable, because I can tell you that even though that motor up there is functioning, I feel no air from it. When this train stops, it is HAUGHT hot. And but you know, I'm surviving because I'm hanging out with you guys. So thank you, 25 of you, for being here, and I'm really honored by the 28 likes. Guys, that's really good. That's really cool. Patrick says, I thought I was done with school after getting my master's. Over here aggressively taking notes. Oh, come on, man. Right on, Patrick. Let's hang out, buddy. Welcome to the cool kids table. That's why it's cool, dude. That is why it's cool, Patrick. And I will tell you that after I got my master's degree, there were an enormous amount of people that I respected a great deal. They were like, Mike, you've got to get a PhD. And as you might guess, it was a little bit of confirmation bias, because the people that insisted most that I should get my PhD, shocker, they actually had PhDs. But it's a lot of research, it's a lot of statistical analysis, and it's a lot of data gathering, and I didn't see the ROI. I believe that I'm grateful that after I got off my master's degree, I went up to organizations and I said, hey, do you have a position on your board? I'm looking for a board position. And the first few, of course, I did for free. Some of them I did for trade, if you will, in the sense that, like, okay, I'm not going to get paid cash for being on this board or being this president. But I am going to get to go to our events for cheap or for free, or someone's going to pay me to fly all over the world and wave my arms in the air and talk about technology. That was the last gig, and that was a real sweet one. But again, like I always say, you know, if you want to be a good leader, you got to have followers, and you got to have people that will do it blindly. And you got to have, if you're a good leader, you got people following you that are like, dude, I will literally do anything you say. Because there is nothing you are going to say that is going to be inappropriate, that's going to embarrass me, that is going to make me suffer, or whatever. And those are the kind of people that you need to design a life such that those people demand to follow you on the org chart. And oh boy, guys, it is dusty. Whew. Oh man. But I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, I guess I love train rides, and I guess I love dust. I'm going to need a cool and refreshing beverage so bad. That's the one downside to this train not stopping for more than literally 20 seconds. And so far, no one has walked through with a box of water and said, hey, would you like to buy a bottle of water? Because I will be like, no, I'd like to buy 7. But in any case, I apologize for my squeaky, vibrating, dust-infested mouth speech. But I'm honored you said that, my friend. Joseph says, I'm a social butterfly. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, doesn't the word butterfly take on new meaning once you've come over to Thailand? My first year or two, I used to get that a lot. I would meet girls and they would be like, oh my, you butterfly. No lie, my, you butterfly. And I took it as a badge of honor. And then afterwards, I'm like, nah, I need to stop doing that. That doesn't make me cool anymore. Sorry your work calls. Well, I'm glad you came back, man. Be back when I finish with your next patient. Oh, very good. Very good. I'm honored you've come by, and I am so incredibly thrilled that you do what you do. You save lives as your default setting, dude. Thank you so much. Hey, stepping out. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming. Good greetings. Now, are you in San Diego right now, Juan? I can't remember. I saw your last video post, but I sadly wasn't able to watch it. Go More Hike is signing off. Thumbs up. Very cool. Do more life, baby. Do more life. Go More Hike. Thank you so much. Mike, did you make a conscious decision to switch from IT to life coach, or did you gradually discover that skill and slide into it over time? I didn't drop one to do the other. I actually I was in IT the entire time, and arguably I'm still in IT. I just simply added that on as an additional thing that I did in my life, as an additional role, as an additional business. I mean, I started my own business, coaching business, and I did that in 2010. I started that right after my master's degree. And so that picture, if you guys saw me on Facebook, where I'm incredibly fat, but I'm standing in front of a limo, was, that was taken about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And that gas station was simply a gas station that was down the street from the university. And the reason that picture was taken is one of my students saw me down there. And they were like, "You gotta be kidding me." And they were like, why are you dressed like that? Are you going to work? And I said, no, I'm leaving work to go to my other job, to go to my other company. And so it was simply, it was my second job, if you will. And again, the good news is that leading a team, I just simply had a laboratory at work where I could be a life coach on a regular basis because my staff needed the leadership from me and therefore needed occasional life coaching. I can tell you right now that I'm incredibly honored and so proud to be able to say that over the course of working where I worked, every single one of the people that worked for me at some time during the time that they worked on our team, they were in my office, the door was closed, and they were crying because there was something in their life that I was honored to be asked to be a part of, and they were seeking a solution, and they were open enough and honest enough to actually weep in my office and say, "Hey boss, I can't handle what I'm going through right now. What do you suggest I do?" And of course that's massively paraphrased and it's in air quotes. But again, I tell you what, you get to be a leader like that. And well, again, that's Mike's opinion. I was going to say you get to be like that and you're living the dream, but you might be like, "Oh my God, Mike, that's the last thing I want. I don't want to have a relationship with my employees that ever gets to be emotional." And I can totally appreciate and understand that boundary, because you might be like, "Mike, I have 1,700 people that report to me on the org chart." Not only is that impossible, but that is totally inappropriate and goes against the culture of our company and won't work in the factory that I'm working. It wouldn't add value, and in fact, me making sure that that never happens will make me a better leader. And I am in 100% agreement with you if you say that, because I don't know your scenario. All I can tell you is that I am honored, blessed, and truly grateful that that happened, because it is a picture, it is a scenario, it is a moment in my life that I reflect back on, and I'm like, damn, I'm glad I did that for a living. It was cool. It was cool, guys. And my eyes are not only dusty, but they're starting to blur, so it's hard for me to read your comments, so I apologize. I actually have plenty of battery, so I'm going to turn up the brightness here, and with any luck, that means I can see your comments better, guys. Okay, cool. Ron says one of the best days of my life was retirement. What a load was lifted. The next best time in my life was a carefree, no pressure month in Thailand. I look forward to my return. Absolutely, Ron. I'm telling you what, buddy. If you've seen my series of videos entitled "Why Thailand," that's the name of the playlist of about 6 or 7 videos. And I give you guys my reasons of why the heck I live in Thailand, or why I like Thailand so much. I had a very similar experience, Ron. I mean, literally within less than 1 hour of me being in Thailand for the first time in my life ever, about 7 years ago, I was like, I gotta retire here. I gotta stay here. I gotta live here. I gotta be here. I gotta figure out a way to hang out here. I gotta, maybe I gotta work here, or I gotta retire here, or I gotta add value here somehow. And oh, guys, we lucked out. I was right. I was totally right. What happened is that we are in fact going due south now, and that is the east side of the train, and it is 9:20 in the morning. So the sun's only been up for about 3, maybe 4 hours, and so that is where the sun is going to be for the majority of the rest of this train ride. I do get down to Prachuap-Khiri-Khan, or at least I'm scheduled to get to Prachuap-Khiri-Khan at about 1:30, and by 1:30 there might be a little bit of sun up there, but for the most part I'm going to stay ideally with some wind. You guys are going to be able to hear me. We're going to be able to hang out, and we are going to be able to stay cooler. Thank you for the 30 likes, guys. I really appreciate it. That's an absolute honor. If I missed some comments, guys, I really apologize. Mike, you remind me of Wayne Dwyer. Very cool. Thanks, Beach. That's really cool. Beach Hunter. Dude, I'm Beach Hunter. Dude, what do you think I'm doing right now? Whatever your channel is, I'm going to watch it. Because if you're a Beach Hunter, dude, that's exactly what I'm doing. Absolutely, at this second. I'm willing to sit on the train with no air conditioning for 6 hours and talk to you guys. And again, I'm willing to talk to you guys. That's not a hard thing to do. But I'm absolutely willing to sit on a train for 6 hours and go to a beach because I am a beach hunter. So high five, my friend. He even has the hairstyle. Erico. Oh, so I'm like way behind on my comments, you guys. I'm really sorry. Let me see. Okay, cool. There we go. Are there first class carriages of their kind? Yeah, on some trains. There are, Ron, and in fact Gracie and I have taken those, and believe it or not, our price to go about 35-40 minutes on the first time we took it on a train like this that basically has no air conditioning, fans, the windows are open, and the seats are, while mildly padded, at the end of the day they're pretty hard. Our first train trip to do that was 27 baht. We then took the exact same route in a, in air quotes, first class carriage, meaning that there weren't like bench seats, there were 2 individual bucket seats, and it had like a tray table that you'd like fold down in front of you, and they gave you a meal, and it was air conditioned. It was 270 baht. So, you know, as you probably experienced in airlines, when you fly coach, it's like, oh cool, I only got this ticket was only $100. And then how much was first class? Well, first class was $1,000. And so it follows a very similar paradigm. But I can tell you that for me, like doing this, hanging out here with this wind, and, you know, arguably too, like because of this wind, I'm able to talk to you guys. Because if I was in first class, I wouldn't be able to even whisper to you guys. It would just be really weird. So selfishly, I like doing it this way better. I like this way better, and you know the thing that really bummed me out, I should have done first class first, and then we should have been, okay, well let's like try this, you know, this coach carriage class and see what that's like, because then we would have saved money or whatever, because after being in first class and paying 270 baht, meaning that for Gracie and I, it cost us 540 baht to go the distance that cost us 54 baht previously. It was distracting, and because every time like something was sort of imperfect, I immediately went, oh yeah, I get it, but it's like 10 times more expensive, you know. Or the time it was perfect, I was like, or imperfect rather, I'm sorry, if it was imperfect, like the tray table, for example, in my seat, the tray table like was bent and it wouldn't like shut properly. It would stay up, but it was just like bent, and it was like kind of weird, and it looked totally cheesy. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is like, you know, second class kind of thing, but this isn't first class carriage. This is ridiculous. This is overpriced. And again, you know, it's Thailand, right? So you're in the land of status, and so a lot of people that have the money, sometimes they won't necessarily take first class simply because they want a better experience, which is why Gracie and I would do it. Meaning that, like, well, you know, we'd really like air conditioning and having a bottle of water, that would be nice, and having some rice, and actually the food, even though it was like in a plastic container, it was excellent. it was excellent pork and rice. But anyway, a lot of times because of the status, the way that it works here is that you will buy those things that cost more money because you're supposed to. So anyway, so here's where we are right now. If you want to Google that or look that up on the map, we have been traveling for approximately 2 hours. I'm sorry. We've been traveling for approximately an hour and, I've been traveling for about 2 hours. We've been streaming here for 1 hour and 30 minutes. And I think I've almost got caught up on all the comments, because what I want to do is I want to catch up on all your comments, guys. And then I want to get to the topic of answering your questions to the best of my ability. And then the other thing I want to talk about is the fact that as of today, if you don't know, today is for me 6 months in Thailand. And I can tell you that every single month that goes by, all I do is know that I've made the right decision. Being here for 6 months, this is absolutely awesome. And so Gio just posted in the YouTube group that a lot of us YouTubers are part of, and he just said nope. Cebu City is remote enough. So and that's what Jason says from Asia Unscripted. So I'm not quite sure what those guys are talking about, but I think Gio in the Philippines is still live right now. I don't know. I believe Do More Life. I believe Jeremy is live right now. So definitely go check him out. But anyways, I'm stoked that 23 of you guys are here. I am so jazzed that we're doing this, guys. I didn't think this would be even technically possible. I mean, guys, think about it. I'm on a train that's costing me $1.74 to travel about 400 kilometers, and I have 4G LTE connectivity basically continuously, so that I can stream live video sometimes at 720p. And I'm in air quotes, third world country. Dude, guys, I swear to God, I've taken Amtrak, and I've taken Amtrak in Southern California, and I've paid $84 to go an hour and a half. And it was air conditioned, and it was a second story train, and it was, bucket seats, and there was no one sitting next to me, and I had tons of leg room, and I was able to recline. But the Wi-Fi was disgusting. I mean, it was like so horrendous. It's like, wait a minute, I am in like the top 7 first world self-proclaimed countries in the world. I'm in an overdeveloped country, and my silly phone keeps dropping out to the point where I had like not just 3G or not like H plus 2G. I had 0G, guys. I couldn't stream freaking video, and here I am in Thailand. I mean, look where I am. I'm not in a major city, guys. I mean, it's one thing to stream live video if I'm on the BTS in the middle of Bangkok where there's a cell tower every 100 meters. But for the love of God, guys, I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I'm streaming. It may not be the greatest quality, but for God's sake. I mean, I love Thailand. I love everything about Thailand. I love the imperfections about Thailand. Moo. Love cows. I love cows. I actually do love cows. I really like cows. I think a monkey would probably make the best pet. And I had a pet dog for a while that was literally, not only was he man's best friend, he was Mike's best friend. You want to talk about unconditional love. I mean, I'm going to say this, and of course, as I was just about to say it, I thought, well, yeah, that happened. But I mean, the dog literally would have died for me. But as you know, they age faster than we do, and unfortunately, he did die. But the good news is he felt no pain. He basically just fell asleep. And when my dog sitter went to go basically check on him, she was, obviously pretty shocked. And probably that was the worst phone call she's ever had to make as a dog sitter. But the reality is that he had fallen asleep and died. And he was about 8 years old, but he was also a very large dog. He was a black lab Great Dane mix, so he didn't have paws, he had hooves. And there were times when, he weighed more than Gracie does. So he was a large dog. And people are like, oh my God, why'd you get such a big dog? I said, because when I interview a dog, I have to be able to saddle him. And Alias was his name. And he was awesome. He was absolutely one of the best pets. But I still think one of the best pets would be a monkey. I don't know how good a pet cow would be, but while they do use them for farming, and they will, sell them to be slaughtered, they have pet carabao, which is kind of like that. Gracie has carabao that, it's not like, like a pet dog is in the United States, where it's actually a family member, but it's almost a family member. In the Philippines, they have a carabao. Her name is Bucknoy. I'm a big fan. She's amazing. But let me make sure I get to all these comments, guys. Hey, Mike, rocking up late. Hope I didn't miss too much. Oh, Damo, good to see you, my friend. No, it's definitely not the new high-speed rail in Pattaya. Oh my God, Ron. I just clicked on this. I hope it was not too old, dude. Thank you so much for the $5, Ron. I'm absolutely honored. The fact that you guys pay me cash to do this. I'm just so honored by that, Ron. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, Beach Hunter says I'm not a vlogger, but I was in Thailand last November for 30 days. Oh my God, dude, you were here the same time I was. That's when I first got here, November 21st, and I've been here many Novembers. Rackman says if you hate your job, invest in yourself and search for something you enjoy, then do it. And I gotta tell you, dude, I used to think that, okay, yeah, lucky people get to do that, and I would understand why some people would complain their life away and be like, no, I can't do that. No matter what I do, I simply can't do that. You come to another country and then you fly back to the United States. You can absolutely do that in the United States. If there's one thing that I will absolutely agree with as far as labels of the United States, it is the land of opportunity. Now, sometimes to get that opportunity, you got to work your freaking ass off. None of this living your ass off stuff. You are giving up your life for your job. But if you are willing to put in the work and you are willing to, potentially not take really good care of yourself to be business and financially successful, then there are few other countries in the world where that is absolutely possible. So let's see, where are we right now? We are, the cable wasn't that long, guys, sorry. That's where we are. If you want to check that out on Google Maps, and you guys can figure out where we are on the ride. But yeah, I definitely agree with you, Rackman. And again, Ron, thank you so much. The next first drink is on me, my friend. Ron, I'll tell you what, I promise that I will take a picture of my next cold drink, and I will blame you for my happiness at that moment. Aloha from Hawaii. Aloha. Mahalo for coming by. Inspired. Thanks. Good to see you, man. MetTech says, too much life to live and not enough time to see it all. Absolutely. You know what? All of my incredibly wealthy, and not even incredibly, but definitely wealthy friends, they were traditionally like 5, 10, sometimes 20 years older than I was. They had several millions. They had several $1 million, and at the end of the day, for them, I had one friend, he was paying $12,000 a month for his house that he was renting, and it was a rounding error. He wasn't even thinking about it. It was the equivalent of the amount that I even think about it when I pay my 12,000 baht per month rent in my condo here in Bangkok. It's a finite cost, because for the same price that I paid for my rent in February for my awesome condo that I'm really grateful that Gracie and I found, I spent probably 50% more than that in one day just to fly Gracie home. So, I get to live somewhere for 30 days for basically $12 a day, and that is a rounding error for me, and so that's pretty awesome. So anyway, my buddy who's paying $12,000 a month, but what people like that had that amount of money said to me is, they're like, look, I can always make more money, and money absolutely will not make you happy. And money will not solve all your problems, but lack of it will definitely potentially cause some. But they said, look, I can always make more money. I cannot make more time. I cannot make more time. And I can tell you, if for whatever reason I lost every single penny I have right now, I know that I can get online and I can start doing something related to technology again, and I can make $15 an hour. I can literally do that this afternoon. But if I'm going to work, and I'm going to work in an office, and I'm going to bust my butt to be able to make, X amount of dollars, then I'm going to go to a place where it's where there's a ton of business opportunity, and for me that would be Singapore, because I want to stay in this part of the world, but if I want to make basically US wages and be able to do it in an area that I will feel fairly comfortable, and I'll have growing opportunity, meaning that like in Thailand, like maybe I could get a job at one US company and make something not really not as much as I would in the US, but I could make something close to US wages. That's a possibility here, maybe at one company, maybe two. But in Singapore, I could work for two companies every year for the rest of my life and make US wages. And so that would be what I do. But so then my point is that while it would not be as enjoyable for me potentially, and it might really cause some emotional discomfort in my life, I could absolutely do it. I could go get another full-time job with benefits and work a 9 to 5 and all that. But I can't make more time. I cannot make more time. And I plan on living to be 100. I plan on living to be 100 and enjoying it the whole time. The number is actually irrelevant. What I plan on doing is living my life and enjoying it the whole time. However long that takes, meaning however long that I get to do that, that's how long I want to live. Look at those. Can you see those in the distance, guys? How cool is that, right? I mean, again, it's my telephone. It's my mobile phone. So obviously it doesn't do it justice, as they say, but it's really, really picturesque. And again, I'm doing this and I'm still 4G LTE. Amazing. But yeah, I can always make more money, but I can't make more time, dude. I cannot make more time. Have you ever ridden on the back of Carabao? I have. You know, it's interesting that you say that, dude, because I actually joked around and I wanted to do that, but nobody in her family would let me because they're like, no, it's gonna get real uncomfortable with you riding on its back. And the horns that it had were probably, I mean, some of them curled, but some of them were straight out, and they were close to 2 feet each. So it had about a 4 or 5 foot wingspan, tip to tip of those horns, and they're like, no, it's going to shake its head, it's going to pierce you with one of those horns. So I'm like, okay, I'm not riding a Carabao. So you're my hero, dude. Congratulations. That's awesome. No, I didn't say that. Oh, MetTech. Hold on. Too much life to live and not enough time to see it all. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to misinterpret you. I'm sorry. But again, my phone was vibrating inside. Read it wrong, so I apologize for that. But yeah, there's definitely not enough time. Not enough time to see it all. Not enough time to do all the cool stuff, buddy. Tossing beads at Mardi Gras from a float is a moving experience. There you go, man. Very cool. Amazing geography in Thailand. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. What's funny is, like, I'll cruise down when Gracie and I get out of the city, right? And we've rented cars and we've like driven through, neighborhoods like this kind of thing. And you do that, and I swear, dude, there's been times where I just like stop the car and I take a picture and I'm like, okay, honey, when we go to Maui, we are going to stop in a place that looks exactly like this. Like, there's a little thing on the side of the road that they took an old truck and they made a taco stand, or they made a coffee shop, or whatever. And that is going to be in Maui, in one of the most expensive places in the world to vacation, let alone live. And it's going to be like, oh my God, this looks like the middle of Palawan in the Philippines, or this looks like the middle of Thailand. Literally and figuratively. Oh, where's the train taking us? Hey Nathan, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming by. I'm going down to Prachuap Khiri Khan. And again, the way that some of you may know of that is because you follow Foreigner Joe, and he and Gift are living down there. But Gracie and I have been there before, so if you've been following the channel for a while, then you saw our series of videos that we did when we were down there. But yeah, basically, if you know the geography or that sort of thing of Thailand, I am heading pretty much directly south right now. From Bangkok, because of course the train goes directly east for a while. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Whoa. Oh, sorry, that was weird, right? Anyway, the train goes directly east for a while, and then it really takes a sharp left, and then it goes directly south, and so it heads down towards Cha Am, The main place that you're probably familiar with just past Cha is Hua Hin. And then after Hua Hin, it takes about another 45 minutes to an hour to go from Hua Hin down to Prachuap Khiri and I like it for a number of reasons. One, it's a really cool beach city. It's nice and quiet. It's really chill. But also, I can walk from the train station right to the beach. It's about a kilometer, and so I'm really, really excited to do that. And it's going to be good to get to the beach. So that's where we're headed for now, my friend. TG says I googled Chisaran train station, and you can trace your route in satellite photos. Oh, dude, that's totally awesome. Amazing that we take that for granted now. I still remember when Google Maps went live. Dude, absolutely. I remember sitting there in my undergraduate degree for electrical engineering, and this person came in from a company called Garmin that no one had ever heard of. And they said, oh, let me explain to you what GPS is. And they're like, okay, so there are these satellites that the government has put up, and we pay a lot of money to license it so that we can figure out where your position is. And they pulled out this thing that was basically the size of a calculus book, and they're like, okay, well, this is a GPS device, and it basically tells you where you are on the Earth. And there are these geosynchronous orbit GPS satellites that the United States has put up, and soon they'll be put up by a whole bunch of other countries, and they're going to circle the Earth once every 24 hours. And there's going to be tons of them. It's going to allow you to get your position, but it's going to be really expensive. And then I believe, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I believe we can credit Bill Clinton in the Clinton administration for making GPS satellites ridiculously inexpensive and available for the average consumer, if you will, meaning that you can go buy a GPS device, or you could just go buy a GPS device. But of course, now all of our phones have GPS in it. It has GPS. There's like 25 different radios at different frequencies. It's got, oh, look at this. This is really cool. Oh man, so much dust, you guys. I gotta close my eyes. I just felt particles of dirt hit my hand. I don't know if I brought eye drops. I don't wear my contacts anymore, so I was like, oh, I don't need eye drops. I'm going to check in my bag here in a second to see if I brought eye drops. That would be a wise idea. I just looked up at the thing. I want to thank you guys so much for the 34 likes, and I also want to thank you guys for the super chat. That was a really, really awesome run, and I'm really excited to spend that $5 on a cool and refreshing beverage, believe me. Totally, literally, wait, I missed, what does Rackman say? Totally, literally. Some recipients look like you're passing out salvation. That's funny. I've been on great train journeys in Java, Indonesia. Oh, dude, that's awesome. They have a great train system there, yeah. I will tell you, dude, I mean, look, at this thing isn't perfect, but I do not feel unsafe. It is clean. I mean, considering the age of this thing, guys, and considering it basically travels down the damn rails with the windows open, and there's dust coming into this thing all day, all night. This thing is in fine shape, and it's, I gotta tell you, it's very reliable. It is not on time, but it is very reliable. Do you guys see that back there? I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan. They have those in almost every single, like, large, in air quotes, city or town here in Thailand, and it's this, like, overarching sort of pedestrian crosswalk. Look at that. The way the foliage is set up right there, with like those manicured trees and the Thai flags and the green grass and everything. I mean, yeah, it's imperfect. I mean, there's Thailand. There's some dirty buildings back there. But dude, I mean, to just set up this center divide and have it manicured like that and taken care of in the United States, oh my God, that would cost millions of dollars. It would literally cost millions of dollars to have a center divide. Well, not that short, but one that is much longer. I mean, there are some places in San Diego. Okay, so we're at Ratchaburi right now. So that means we're about 2.5 hours in. So, if I could just get off right here, guys, oh my God, I could like totally jump off. I could buy something to drink and I could get back on, but they do not stop for any significant amount of time. I need to look at the, I need to look at the map thingy, or not the map, but the train schedule, because I need to see if there's any stop coming up where they stop for like 5 minutes or something. So hold on. So give me a sec. I'm gonna see if I can. Yeah. How much? Okay, Cap. Cap. Oh, dude, guys, how awesome is that? I mean, I absolutely adore when life works like that. This guy walks by, he's got a bag, Pepsi, and a bucket of ice. Oh my God. What lottery did my soul just win? 20 baht. 67 cents, guys. Oh, that woman has water? Nam. Okay, Cap. Chai. No. Okay, Cap. He was actually bummed that I didn't buy two. But one's good. And I'm really excited for this Pepsi. Hold on. I'm so happy. Oh, let me show you what they... Okay, so these are the girls that just... That was the girl that sold me the water, along with her friend there, potentially her sister. And I don't know. Let me see if I can do this out there. Can you see the guy with the Pepsi? Anyway. Oh, awesome. Livingthedream.com. All right, hold on. Let me get my Pepsi and my ice. Stand by. I've never been so excited to have way too much ice in my life. Ron, you're my friggin' hero, buddy. Ron West, you are so awesome. So awesome. This is gonna be the best Pepsi I've ever had in my life. Living the dream. I actually don't feel so bad about not having this on my face anymore. Because I'm having breakfast. Game changer. You know what, Paul? I'm not a big fan of Pepsi, but yeah, it's very good. I thought it's like way too close, right? Actually, you know what, Max? I'm a Coke guy too, but more than that, I'm a whatever cold beverage with ice that guy was selling guy. Man, that's refreshing. How do you get Mike to shut up? Oh, put a straw in his mouth with Coke. Ha ha ha. All right. I'm trying to get to your comments, but unfortunately my finger is a little bit wet with the condensation on this cup, so when I try and look at your comments here in the thing, it doesn't scroll real well. MedTech says, surely you mean west before south from back. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Yes, you're absolutely correct. I'm totally wrong. Indeed, it was west and then south. The reason I said east actually is because I mean, I know exactly why I said it incorrectly, because when we go south, the beach will be facing east, and that will be where the sun is coming from. See over there. I am so glad I didn't move, guys. I could have sworn, because I'm like, wait a minute, I've done this before. I want to be on the side of the train where the sun is not. So yeah. So yes, I did absolutely say that incorrectly. And some toss them back ballistically. Be prepared to duck. Not quite sure what you're referring to there, Rackman. I'm sorry. I mean, I know I'm late on the comments, but I apologize. How far do I need to go? So, Max, if you just Google Prachuap Kurikon, you'll see exactly where I'm at. This train left the station at 7:30 a.m. and it is scheduled to get to my destination at 1:37 p.m. So basically, it's a 6-hour train ride. And the reason it's so long is because, as you've seen, we stop, and gratefully, serendipitously, where I actually questioned it, they stopped for several minutes while people sold us cool and refreshing beverages. There was a part of me that really saw that girl. She kind of frowned when I said I only wanted 1 bottle of water, and then she gave me change, and I almost was like, all right, fine, just give me 2. But I was like, no, I don't really want 2. And what's going to happen with 2 cold bottles of water is that one of them I'm going to be able to drink, and then the second one is going to get warm, and then I'll have a warm bottle of water. I'd rather wait till the next stop where there's people selling cold bottles of water again, and then I get a new one. So I'm going to, hold on one second here, I'm going to fill up my, damn it, there we go. I'm going to fill up my thing with the rest of my Pepsi here. I'm going to remove the battery for a second. I was at like 93 or 94% or something like that. And I got 2 bars out of 4 on my battery, so I'm doing pretty good. Oh. No, the train didn't just crash. Whatever. Hold on. Back to your comments. Paul says to Rackman, even more moving than I thought. Perfect timing, haha. Lucked out. Dude, Max, I totally friggin' lucked out. And a lid on the cup. I know, dude. You want to talk about clean living? I'm living the friggin' dream. Sorry, I didn't do that well enough. I was like looking down at your comments, you guys. I'm checking out some of the Google images. Prachuap Kurikon looks gorgeous. Yeah, it's I mean, again, it's not a boutique resort by any means, but that's precisely why I'm going there. It's very Thai, which is the other reason I like Cha Am over Hua Hin, because Hua Hin is there's a lot of old white couples that I would normally see in Florida, and there's a lot of golf courses, and that is not my scene. I prefer Cha Am, where I'm forced to learn at least 1 or 2 new Thai words every now and then, because all of the signs are in Thai. And again, don't get me wrong, it's a beach town and it's a vacation beach town. There's plenty of people that speak English there. But it's there's a lot less gringos, a lot less farang. you guys watch the, you know, of JC, him and his wife Nat, who have the YouTube channel. Well, they have the YouTube channel. It's called Retired Cheap JC, which really isn't, you know, I submit that he should market himself as retiredcheap.asia everywhere and make it continuous. But nonetheless, yeah, his YouTube channel is Retired Cheap JC. His website that has some information is retiredcheap.asia. And then his members site, for some reason, is retiredcheap.tv. I'm unclear why he separated the two. I mean, I know why he did it historically, but I'm not sure why he doesn't just have the one website. I find that a lot of people actually refer to him. I mean, and again, he's a great guy. He's incredibly knowledgeable, and he was one of the first few Thai vloggers, quite frankly. Some of the guys are talking within the YouTube group, so I apologize if there's notifications that pop up when that happens. That guy says, I see images, whoops, I see images like that and think, what the heck am I doing in the San Fernando Valley? All you're doing, dude, is you're hanging out there until you can get here. Just save up your money. And I'm sure you're doing that. I can't wait till you get here, that guy. That's like totally awesome, dude. Getting a lot of are you guys hearing a bong like every time a notification comes up, or like a little bell? Because if you are, then I'll figure out a way to turn it off, because I can't hear anything, obviously. But if it's not bothersome, then I won't bother either. Thank you so much for the 36 likes. And again, Ron, thank you very much for the beverages. This is the best iced Pepsi I've ever had in my life, Ron. Good to hear. Thanks to that guy. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know. There's a farmer over there. I don't know if you can see that. I can't zoom in. I've only got the one hand. But that's tough work. Tough work, guys. I look at that and I look at all that, and I label that as basically beautiful green. You guys have any idea the amount of work it takes to get that beautiful green? It takes a lot of work when you're a farmer in California. It takes a lot more work when you're a farmer here in Southeast Asia. It's kind of funny where we're driving right now, guys. If you've ever driven the 8 freeway, it basically goes east-west from very south. Like, so for example, the 8 starts in San Diego. And it goes way, 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 way far east. The 10 starts in Los Angeles, and that goes, I believe, across the entire country. Anyway, I used to drive out the 8 all the time when I used to go down to my place in San Felipe. And it would look just like this. I swear to God, guys, this could totally be Calexico. This could totally be Indio. This could totally be Brawley. El Centro. Once you get over those like mountains of San Diego, man, this is what it looks like. And it's equally as hot and humid sometimes, and it's kind of dusty. Guys, it is so dusty. The problem is if I put my glasses on, then I really can't see a whole lot because they're for distance. That's all right though. Max asks, how many people riding in the cabin car? I don't know. It's probably, what would you say, like 20% full? It's not a lot of people. And just so you know, all the cars on this train are the same. They're all like this. It's all one class. It's all no AC. I gotta tell you though, guys, man, this wind starts blowing. Now the downside, I mean, literally like something just hit my face. It was either a bug or that cow, or that one, or these. But the good news is it wasn't a fly that flew in my mouth. So I'll take it. So we can get out here and not lose my phone. Hold on, I'm gonna do this so I'm actually holding it. and I don't make a fool of myself dropping it. I actually mentioned this before. I did do a video of us, of Gracie and I, taking the train from Pachkop Kurikan up to from Cha Am down to Hua Hin. And in doing so, I was amazed at and commented on a lot of the construction. And we're well north of Cha Am still. And I mean, they're doing construction. There is so much infrastructure being put in place in Thailand. It's so good to see you guys. I'm so excited. 38 likes. Dude, that's freaking awesome. Thank you guys. 24 of you still hanging out. Really appreciate it. Absolutely honored. Ron says you're welcome. Indeed, I am welcome, my friend. I am very happy right now. Joseph says his trip has just moved to September. Yeah, so I have plans to go back to the United States in August. I think I mentioned before that those plans involve seeing my parents, and if there's even the slightest chance that I might be on a plane where I might get infected by someone and therefore bring the disease home, that's definitely going to postpone my trip. And the other thing I also need to remember is that Thailand is my home now. So if being a U.S. citizen means that I cannot get back into Thailand, then I'm probably going to stay here. God, it's just so amazing how much more quiet it gets. Just amazing, guys. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are having a good time. Nathan says, I want to fly over to Thailand also. With just getting out of Australia, we can fly out of our country. Sorry, we can't. I read that wrong. Fly out of our country currently. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I think you can leave the United States, but first of all, you can't fly into Thailand. There's no international flights until the end of the month. But the other thing too is that if you come here from Australia, you should probably be pretty good. You may be asked to do a 14-day quarantine. I mean, again, it depends when you get here. But I can tell you right now, you guys from Australia are going to be able to come into Thailand a hell of a lot earlier than the people from the U.S. Now, what's interesting is the way that I've seen it described, or I've read about the articles in the news, is the way that they have worded it is, certain countries will be able to get in, but U.S. citizens and Italians and that sort of thing, people will not be able to get in. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm a U.S. citizen, but my passport says that I've been in the land of smiles since the 21st of November. So, I'm not taking any disease with me. So just because I was born there, I don't believe that makes me any more of a risk than someone from Vietnam where there's 0 deaths, right? So we'll see. Hopefully they have some bit of intelligence in the process of accepting people into the country. Other than just saying, oh, well, you have a blue passport, so clearly you tall, bald, white guys can't come in. So we'll see. Ron says, Thailand is such a mix of antiquities and modern life. Absolutely, dude. I got to tell you, I mean, when I got here, it didn't take me long to be like, okay, this is like old meets new big time, or new meets old, quite frankly, because for me, my first night I stayed at the JW, well, my first week, I stayed at the JW, which of course, the price of the JW in Bangkok in American terms is free. Because before that, the only JW that I had really spent any time at was the one in Los Angeles. And the Ritz-Carlton up there near Staples Center. And that thing is ridiculously overpriced. I mean, lunch cost $100. And my room was I think it was like 100 and something. The JW in Bangkok, and so I would walk out of that thing and take a right, and there I am buying pork stuff that was just grilled like 5 minutes earlier in this charcoal pit on the sidewalk, and I'm like, this is the best food I've ever had in my life. Wait, how much is rice? Oh, it's included. I'm like, what? Okay, I'll have some then, I guess. Yeah. But look at this, man. Look at this. This is just outstanding. Because I'll tell you what, guys, in 10 years, people are going to... You think you don't recognize it now from 10 years ago. Ho ho ho. 10 years from now, this place is going to be awesome. And at the end of the day, I'm quite certain that there's a lot of discussion and comparison about what Thailand is doing with infrastructure projects relative to, I'm sure, some portions of what they refer to as the New Deal in the United States during the Roosevelt era. But I don't know that much about it. I really don't pay attention a whole lot or have any interest in a whole lot of U.S. or European history, even though I know that it's very interesting for some people. It's just not my bailiwick. Oh, 2080. God, that's awesome. Good to see you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. What hotels do I recommend in Cha? Okay, so there's, I mean, again, it depends, right? What hotels do I recommend for $10? None on the beach that exists. But there is one. It's in South Cha, and I'm trying to think of the name of it. There's actually two in South Cha that I would recommend. One of them is called Calm. If you just Google Hotel CALM, Hotel Calm Cha, that's actually a pretty good one. There's another one even further south that's even more expensive, that is like more luxurious. And on their advertising, you're gonna hear them describe that they have their own private beach, which is a lie. It is the beach out in front of their hotel that I walked up and down every morning, and I didn't need to pay them to use their private beach. There's no private beaches in Cha, and they are potentially maintained, and they're raked every morning, and they look nicer, but you can walk in and out of them all day long. But yeah, check out Calm. Just Google that. That'll get you, because that's not the full name of it. I think it's called like iCalm or I Am Calm or something like that. It's a really cool area. You can walk everywhere. Well, okay, so I can walk everywhere. Gracie is not as much of a walker as I am. We absolutely rented a motorbike in Cha, and I would submit to you that if you're going to live in Cha, you're going to need to rent a motorbike. If you're just down there for like a week or two and you just cruise around and you're like fully on vacation, then just use Grab. Grab will take you everywhere in Cha. And then if you need to get down to Hua Hin for whatever reason, yeah, you can take a Grab. It's it's not expensive if you're on vacation. If you live there, it's kind of like, I could probably do this cheaper. But yeah, so for two of us, Gracie and I, we could just, you just literally just go out to the main road and you just wave your hand in the air like you do in Thai to call someone towards you, meaning that you flap it up and down. And you just go out there and you just flag down a minivan, and they'll take you from Cha all the way down to Hua Hin. And I think for two of us, Gracie and I, it was 100 baht. Whereas if you were to get on a Grab from Cha down to Hua Hin, at least where we were staying in Cha, and we were staying in basically the middle. I mean, South Cha, but it's all pretty. I mean, to get from one end of Cha to another on a Grab, it's about 100 baht. And I think to get down to Hua Hin, it's like just under 400 baht. Obviously, the price fluctuates based on demand and that sort of thing. But I'm thinking right now there's probably a lot of available Grabs, so you wouldn't need to worry. But yeah, check out that one, man. Hopefully that'll Llama Land. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Good to see you here. And again, Stephen, thank you for coming by, buddy. Always good to see you, man. You are one hell of an awesome guy. Dust is solid. I wonder if COVID is there. Well, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, you could ask yourself, is COVID even in Thailand? I mean, what do they get, like 2-3 new cases a day? I mean, come on, man. This thing is out in the world. I mean, there better be 2 or 3 new cases of it every day. Got the dust going on in my eyes. I need to use a bottle of water to flush my eyes out. Use a double mask. Yeah, I guess I could. I don't know. It's kind of. At the end of the day, I really like the hair on my face, though. It feels really good. And when we slow down, well, that's another thing that you probably noticed too. Is these train stops where we're stopping. I mean, it's got the sign, and then it's got like old building, and then it's got brand new building that they're putting in, because this was the old train station, which means it had like a room for you to pray, and to give merit, and then it had the ability for you to just hang out. But you know, for the most part, they needed a train station, so they built one. What I believe is happening, I would have to say, in general, is that when we're making these stops, people are getting on. I'm not seeing a whole lot of people getting off. And what's also very common in these little places is you'll see that. Like when you come to these places, you'll see like a whole bunch of motorbike taxi drivers, and they know when the trains are going to get there, and so they basically just show up and they sit there and they wait for people to get off, and when they disembark, they walk over to the motorbike guy, and usually for about 20 baht, they get taken where they need to get taken. So hopefully you saw the name of that train station there. You can do some Googling. If you want some extra track, just to make your own train. Cheers from Peru. Great video. Hey, thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it. I really, 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 really appreciate it. Hello, Peru. Yes, I want to visit as soon as possible, yet don't have confidence to book a flight because there are too many unknowns, such further delays and quarantine periods. Yeah, that's absolutely true. I'm right there with you, MedTech, because as I was saying, I think last night in the live stream, you know, even if you're able to get on a plane, even if you're able to get over here to Thailand and take that massive flight, right now they're not allowing, or they're not really providing a whole lot of food. And to fly over the Pacific without food, that would be a challenge, I think, for many people. I mean, I can survive on, you know, like water and Diet Coke. In fact, hold on, I'm gonna have a little bit. Pull my mask. Have a little bit of my beverage here. My ice is almost gone. Let me pour the water in the ice. Stand by. Sorry. Okay, we're good. No, we didn't crash. Max says the llama. I was in Peru last year. Loved Lima. Good food and people. Yeah, I've heard good things about it too. Another guy sent me an email that I still haven't responded to. I believe his handle was, I want to say Ken NYC, but that's not right. I apologize. I'm not really good with names. But anyway, I'm in the middle of responding to your email. If you're the person that said you went to Peru last year, and you're about my age and you're considering moving over here to Thailand, I'm trying to get to it. I promise. Lama says, Max, oh cool. Although last year we had the problem of overpopulation due to Venezuela invasion. Did you just stay in Lima? Countryside and colorful beaches are near Lima. Awesome. Did about 2 weeks there. Great. We did visit shops for souvenirs. Ron says the biggest question that I have is who pays for all of the infrastructure development in the small provinces like Phuket and or in Chiang Mai? Surely not the Thai people. Yeah, so I mean, obviously the taxes over here are less than in the U.S., right? Meaning the amount of money that they get. But there are other ways that they do it. There are businesses here that pay taxes for sure, and there are taxes levied in other ways. There is no additional sales tax, meaning when you go to the store and you see something advertised for $19.99, if you will, you don't then bring it to the register and all of a sudden it's like, okay, that'll be $21.30, you know, because there's tax. The tax is already baked in. I actually don't know how much it is, so there's obviously some tax levied from sales of items. There is a ridiculous amount of tax on the sale of automobiles, but And then there are also, projects that other countries are funding. If you go to grants.gov, G-R-A-N-T-S, .gov, you will see the literally millions, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that the United States gives every year to projects that help Thailand. And that's just something that we do. If you go to grants.gov and just type in the word Thailand, you'll see multiple projects. Some of them are grants that are offered for north of $1 million easily. And that's involving coming over here and helping out, doing things like that. Or it's over here coming out, helping the people, helping the farmers figure out a better way to irrigate their crops. I mean, there's hundreds, and that's just one website, dude. And then, of course, there's the Chinese. The Chinese are not shy to invest in other countries' infrastructure projects. And there's a lot of infrastructure that's going up in Vietnam because of that too. But it's a collaborative effort. Yes, I'm so into nature. Art and craft. Lived in Chile and Colombia a couple of years. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Computer work, that's so cool. Mama says, sorry for my question. Whoops, crap. I'm having a real hard time with this, guys. It's jumping around. I meant the virus and the dust. Yeah, I get it. It's all good. Oh, see, now that's weird. See, now that will happen for sure. I mean, there are trains, for example, that when Gracie and I were taking them back when you could cruise around on many trains. There were many trains per day. There were many trains that just cruised right through Cha Am. They were bound for Hawaii, so they wouldn't even stop at Cha Am, and that's a pretty big station. Whereas that little one back there, obviously they didn't stop at it, and it's not because they didn't see anybody. It was just one of the places they don't stop at, and they may not be doing it because who knows, maybe that's a completely brand new station. So that guy says, I'm thinking my first trips will be to Mexico, not Asia. I'd rather start with a 3-hour flight than a 20-hour journey. I'm right there with you, dude. If you've never done any sort of international travel, you've never come over to, if you've never flown over the Pacific, absolutely start there. In fact, depending upon where you are, dude, you might just want to cruise down. I mean, I'm not suggesting you go to Tijuana, but you might want to check out San Felipe. It's kind of a, if you like road trips, that's a hike. You can't fly there, but it might be a fun drive. I used to do it a lot. I used to love it. I used to go there for long weekends. I had a house down there. I used to go there literally every single weekend for probably 5 months straight, building my house, upgrading it, putting solar in. I gotta love Thailand. Says, do you have to quarantine when you get back to Bangkok? Here in Surin, my girlfriend talked to the government. They said we can leave and go wherever we want, as long as we're back before 11 p.m. the same day. Yeah, no, I haven't heard anything about that. I do have a piece of paper that I basically fill out that I believe I'm going to give at my destination, and it will basically say where I came from, the train number that I'm on, and what time it departed, what time it's supposed to arrive, my ticket number, because there's a serial number on my ticket that they print, right? And my name and my home address. And so I'm not really sure what that means. I can tell you that I'll be taking basically this same train back, or I may be actually taking a train back to go to Kuala Lumpur, because if the train back does not leave at 5 in the morning, the train back leaves at the middle of the afternoon, and it'll get me home about 8 o'clock, I think, or maybe it's 1800, maybe it's 6 o'clock. But and that's actually, it's a little that main train station is a little bit closer to my house, and so I just hop on MRT, BTS, and then I'm home. But every time I've seen people getting back, they just sort of walk off the train and walk over to a motorbike taxi driver, or they walk over and they get a bag full of soup. So I don't know how much care they're going to take as far as tracking me. I will tell you that they did ask for my passport when I bought my ticket. But what's interesting, to be fair, is that I also bought a ticket yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, for my train ride yesterday that was at 5 a.m. But I never took it. And so therefore, I mean, they know that I bought a ticket, and they, I guess, assume that I either took it or they think I didn't take it. They may assume that I took it and I just didn't fill out any of the paperwork that I was supposed to. But my phone number's on it and no one's called me. And what I'm discovering is sort of the way that they're tracking people is they're making sure you like scan in and things, and then you give them your cell number. And so I think really the idea behind it is that they're going to contact you if they believe you have been in an area that was affected, and they need to sort of alert you. But if I get back to Bangkok, whenever I get back to Bangkok and they're like, yeah, you need to quarantine for 14 days, I'll be like, fine, whatever. I mean, it's, I'll tell you what, I'll do more live streams than you guys have ever seen in your friggin' life to remain sane. But the good news for me still is that there's still a bunch of Zoom meetings that I can go to, where I can like hang out with my buddies that are from Southern California. They're becoming less. They're becoming more. I could have sworn I turned off notifications for this silly YouTube group, because once the chatter starts in there, I mean, the guys will go back and forth, and it's, relevant topics. But it's like bing, 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 bing. I'm like, my God, you're taking up 1/3 of my screen every time someone makes a comment. Anyway, I do learn from there, and hopefully I add value occasionally. I'm sure it's a lot more selfish. I'm sure I take more than I give, sadly, but that's because I don't have a whole lot of experience in YouTube yet. Hey man, great stream. Thank you very much, unknown. Good to see you. Oh my goodness, what do we got going on here? Oh, VAT in Thailand to 7%, yeah. So I'm not really sure. I know that obviously the quarantine is from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. So do you have to quarantine? So that's interesting that they're making you do that in Surin. That's kind of cool. A lot of manual labor. A lot of manual labor, guys. I'm telling you. Oh yeah, so he's just got like the green flags. That's basically like, yeah, keep going, don't stop. That'll be the new train station right there. And remember, this is 2020. So it'll be really cool to see when all of these get built, because I got to tell you, it's not like they're doing one at a time. They're like, yeah, I'll tell you what, how about simultaneously we install 75 train stations? Yeah, that'd be great. So, I mean, they're working, that's for sure. Gotta love Thailand. It says, otherwise we have to do a 10 or 14-day quarantine. Oh, that's interesting, okay. Colombia is known to have best coffee. Rackman says only 50 baht for this 6-hour train ride to where? Yeah, so it's actually 56 baht, and it is from basically Bangkok, but it is from a train station up there. Oh, that's a cool working thing to basically do the track. It is from Thonburi to Pachapurikan, and it's 56 baht. So $1.74. And just to give you the times, so I leave at 7:30, and I arrive at 1:30. So, yep. Come on, there we go. Thank you, technology. I wish USA had a VAT instead of income tax. Yeah, I mean, they're all taxed differently, right? I mean, that's why some people are like, no, I'm definitely going to retire, in air quotes, and make my permanent residence, in air quotes, in the United States, in Florida or in Nevada or in, what's the others? There's like 5 states that don't charge personal income tax. The great thing, of course, about Florida is they actually don't charge, they don't levy personal income tax on retirement distributions, and that's a huge benefit, which is especially when you're in retirement. Gotta love Thailand says, my girlfriend works for the government and she has to pay taxes, so I believe Thai people do. Oh, no. Oh, dude, Thai people absolutely pay taxes. Thai people pay taxes, they pay Social Security, they pay, they don't really pay for health insurance unless they get more. I mean, again, it really depends. I mean, if you're in what's referred to as the middle class here in Thailand, you're paying for a lot of stuff that, quite frankly, some of it's even more expensive than it costs in the United States. I can tell you right now, dude, if I want to get like a 3 or 4 year old like Nissan or Toyota in the United States, it is a bargain compared to it over here. I mean, you know how like we say in the United States, like you drive it off the lot and you just lost like $2,500 or whatever. That doesn't happen here. Used cars here have a ridiculously high resale value, to the point where I look at it and I'm like, okay, that's like the price of a brand new car. Like I literally would just go over to the Nissan dealer and get a brand new Sentra kind of thing, because there's no way I'm buying this 10-year-old car that's only like 20,000 baht cheaper. I mean, it's almost that ridiculous. So, Lama says, back Latinos say it, not me. Colombia is linked with coffee. Oh, yeah. Foreigner Joe lives in Prachuap. Do I know him? I know of him for sure. He and I have chatted, but we do not like know each other. Like if he saw me walking down the street, he would not know me. If I saw him walking down the street, I might recognize him. I've never been to one of his meetups either in Bangkok. I got here just around the time that he was traveling quite a bit. But no, I don't know him. But he's a really good guy, and I have a feeling I probably will not run into him. Although I might, because I'm gonna rent a motorbike like today. Once I get down there, once I get into my hotel room, and I'm gonna start exploring. So one of the places that I will go is absolutely down to near where he lives. Because there's an amazing state park down there, and it's also on a beach that even when there are people down there, people don't go to. And while the sand isn't that deep, when there's the tide doesn't change a ton there, but when it is lower tide, there's a beach that I can walk on, and that'll be kind of nice. And there's kind of a path that are under some trees, and so there might be some shade for me to walk down, and that's near where he lives. So I may run into him. It'd be kind of cool. Lama asks, have you visited antique architecture? So, not really. I mean, I've been to temples, right? But, I mean, if you mean, like if I've been up to Ayutthaya, for example, and seen that sort of thing, no. But that's one of the things or Ayutthaya, I'm not quite sure exactly how to pronounce it. But that's one of the places, actually, I was thinking about going until I found this train the other day, because I thought the only train down to Prachuap Khiri Khan left at 5 in the morning, and then I found this one that left at 7:30. I'm like, oh, I can do a 7:30 train all day long. That's a cakewalk for me. So anyway, what do we got going on here? Nothing, just a street. So what happens, so if you don't know, each train has a diesel engine underneath it. Actually, it's got several. And so basically each car is sort of powered independently, but they don't always have them all on, because, I mean, if there's less people, there's less weight to move, right? And so, I mean, and again, once you get a train up and rolling, I mean, it rolls for a long time if you were just shut all the engines off. So once you get the momentum going, yeah, there's a little bit of air friction, of course, because the nose is hardly aerodynamic. Bangchak, Bancchak is where I'm at. And I just got a little bit of more ceremonial dirt in my eye, so that means I'm traveling Thai style, I guess. I will tell you, though, the good news about getting dirt in your eye is that it really seems to be able to be evacuated quite quickly, which is kind of nice. Texas does not have a state income tax. Elon Musk wants to move there. I don't blame him. I mean, again, okay, yeah, they don't have a state income tax, but my buddy also bought a house there, and I think he paid like 2% property taxes. Dude, are you kidding me? You have any idea the kind of revenue that California would generate if all of a sudden they went from, I've paid as low as 0.9%, and I believe it goes as high as 1.1% property taxes in the in California? Can you imagine if the low was like 2%, 3%? They got to get the money somehow. Texas, you could argue that they've got enough income from oil and oil refineries. Maybe they don't. I'm not quite sure. As far as I know, when oil gets down below $50 a barrel, mining it, drilling for it and refining it in the United States actually is not cost effective. But I don't know that for a fact. I don't follow that stuff, and I really don't care about it. I mean, I'm going to buy gas. The price of fuel is irrelevant to my life, and certainly a hell of a lot less relevant now that I don't own a friggin' Acura over here. But Steven says income tax is high here. Yeah, what is it, Steven? Because I mean, I know you probably pay that. You may pay it, back to your home. Oh no, no, you might. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm just curious. Is it graduated? So like, if you make like a million baht, then you pay 17%. If you make 1 million to 5 million baht, then you pay like 27% or whatever. I think it's very similar to that, isn't it? Or not necessarily similar to those numbers, but I think it's a graduated. 27 of you guys hanging out and 39 likes. Oh, you guys, that's just so awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Max says U.S. car dealers offered me down payment and 90 days no payment. They are desperate for great deals. Yeah, absolutely. If you know anything about automotive dealers in the United States, the minute that inventory is sitting on their lot for more than 60 days, they have got to unload it. So they're more than happy to basically have you store it for 90 days and get it off of their inventory books. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be making that payment in the end. Or it's actually quite likely that what will happen is because you're not making payments for those first 90 days, and you'll be expected to make those 3 months worth of payments at the end. The age of your car will be the same age. So you'll have an X amount of years or months old car, and there is it's only 90 days, so it's no big deal. But when they say like 6 months, then you just gotta be aware that the chances of you being one of those guys that labels their automotive financial situation as being upside down is a lot likelier, because you are purchasing a depreciating asset that depreciates depending upon the kind of car you buy. I mean, it doesn't appreciate as much as a boat or a plane. But if you buy a Land Rover, it depreciates like crazy really fast. You buy a Toyota, obviously it depreciates slower. Oh, there's a water park. Nice. A little mini one. That's kind of neat. And it's got a little I assume that's either a net for volleyball? Yeah, it looks like maybe they started something. Looks like maybe they want to be starting something, Michael Jackson. Oh, about 35% here. Yeah, that's high. That's absolutely high. Where are all the Siamese cats? I never saw any when I was there. You know what's funny about that, Ron, is I was like walking down the street the other day and I saw a cat and I'm like, wait a minute, is every single cat here in Thailand a Siamese cat? Right? It's kind of like, is all yogurt in Greece Greek yogurt? Indiana's about 3%. I have to find $6,000 every year. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I had to pay when I had my house, and I sold my house for just under $500,000. And I think but again, it was you pay taxes on the appraised value kind of thing. But I'm trying to think what my taxes were. I think I paid it every 6 months, and it was kind of like rolled in. I think escrow rolled it into my my monthly. I can't remember exactly, but I remember for some reason I remember $1,700 every 6 months maybe. So maybe I was paying like $3,000, $3,500 a year. But all that meant is that I was paying $300 a month versus $3,600, once a year. But, yeah, 35% is pretty high, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to remember what I paid because, all in, right? I mean, I'm paying in California. What am I paying? 8%, 8.5%. Personal income tax, and then federal. I wasn't paying no, wait, hold on. I think I was literally paying that in California living there, because I believe I was paying 8% California, 27%. No, what was I paying federal? I don't even remember. But at the end of the day, I remember looking at my annual statement, if you will, and being like, okay, so basically January, February, March, I worked for the government. But again, I get it. I got infrastructure, right? Exactly, to your point. How do they pay for all those bridges? And again, look at every government in the world squanders their money. And everything they buy is not something that I would sign off on. However, there are things that I absolutely do use that I believe I should pay for if I'm there. Now it's been 6 months. In another 6 months, it will be an entire year that I basically have not lived or used any of the infrastructure in the United States. Basically. I mean, don't forget, I'm still using like the internet there to contact my parents, and there are companies that are headquartered in California whose technology I use, not the least of which is, wait for it, YouTube. So I'm happy to pay their Let me, oh, she's got Coke, guy. I'm getting a Coke. Hold on. Oh, my Buddha. Coke? Coca-Cola. Cop. There we go, guys. There you go, buddy. Now my life is as good as you want it to be. Got another box of ice. Oh, this is the side of the train to sit on. How am I doing on battery? I got 57%. I'll plug my battery in a minute. Let me pour this Coke into the ice. Actually, I like the other cup better. I think I'm going to use the other cup. Although this one works pretty good, but we'll see. Oh, and the Coke is actually cold too, and it's got ice. That's pretty sweet. E-sip. 20 baht. E-sip. The train will not jerk ahead forward right now. That would be bad news bears. You think I'm going to be caffeinated enough, guys? I actually didn't have coffee this morning. What I was planning on doing is I was planning on getting to the train station. And there's an Amazon cafe there, and I was planning on getting a coffee from those guys. But, like my straw. But, okay, so now we're bummed. Now I'm bummed because like I've got my stuff, but the train's not moving. So I want the train to move now. Yeah, I'm gonna lose this. I'm gonna. Well, no, maybe not. Maybe I'll be okay. Okay. 30 people watching. 40 thumbs up. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. Oh, I love that. Have you guys seen these bells that they have? That one right there. They keep those polished. I mean, that one's like not in stellar shape. The one that was in, I think it's in Cha'am. I think the one in Cha'am. Oh, it was gorgeous, man. I mean, it was like all brass and everything. It was really cool looking. The other thing to note is that I travel with my favorite food in Thailand, absolutely, are these peanut butter, pineapple things from 7-Eleven. I love these things. I brought 2 of those. And they're only 20 baht. So I'm living the dream. And back we go. 29 of you. I said there was 30 of them, so it's 29. Oh, he acknowledged me. I'm leaving. Screw him. But thank you for the 40 thumbs up, guys. That's just fantastic. I'm just so honored you guys are here. Hold on. I'm having a straw malfunction, meaning that the base of the straw is like, it's as if there's like a big chunk of ice in the bottom. There we go. All right. Okay, let's see what we got here. Indiana 3%, and let's see, 35% tax. A lot of B2B deals are cash in Thailand, so income tax is really, really cheap. Yep, my earning range, I pay 35%. Yeah, that makes sense. David White, glad you're here. Having made a decision to retire overseas, will you bother to file a tax return? I ask because you're American. I wouldn't have to as a foreigner. I absolutely will file taxes every year I'm alive. I will file. I won't necessarily pay. But there is no real energy involved. As I don't really make a whole lot of money, right? Like I don't have an income. I'm not a W-2 employee, so I don't have massive deductions. But additionally, I am part of two businesses in the United States, both of which are Florida LLCs. So we'll be filing taxes for those companies anyway. So it's really easy for me to file. And this year, I actually will not be taking advantage, like I thought I would, of the FEIE, which is the Foreign Earned Income Exclusion. which I believe for this last tax year, 2019, as an individual, if you lived outside of the United States for more than 330 days, you're able to exempt $106,000 in earnings from federal income tax. Everything over and above that, you need to pay income tax on, federal income tax on. And depending upon where you claim residency back in the United States, I'm not quite sure. I don't believe you need to pay state income tax if you're not physically there. However, because we started a business, and because of everything that's happened as it relates to the government spending and printing money, and let me be clear, I am not getting a stimulus check, okay? I'm not having the United States government fund my YouTube videos. Nonetheless, I'm probably not going to claim that over here this year. But I think in of the tax year 2020, meaning when I file in April of 2021, I believe that it's going to be advantageous for me to use the foreigner and income exclusion. Because again, as you might guess, I mean, I do not need $106,000 in earnings to live well in Thailand. So there's no way I'm going to be paying a federal income tax on 2020, on fiscal 2020. But that's just me. That's what I do. Max says 41. If you make more than 18,000, you need to file taxes. I assume you mean in Thailand? Well, I don't want to go into the details, but there are some basic limitations, so I wasn't eligible. Oh, USA? Okay. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Yeah. If you make more than $18,000 a year, yeah. Now again, there's like I wanted to clarify that just because I'm not paying taxes doesn't mean I'm not filing, okay? Because one thing that you do not want to do, if you have more than $10,000 cumulatively in every single one of your foreign bank accounts, not 10,000 in each one, you want to notify the federal government via your income tax the amount of money, and for whatever reason they do it this way, the maximum amount of money that the balance ever was in your foreign bank account and the balance that it was at on December 31st of that tax year. And you want to do that every year. And even if you have less than $10,000, there is no downside to letting them know, because I can guarantee you every single one of my foreign bank accounts that allowed me as a foreigner to open up an account, they absolutely are reporting it to the U.S. government. And so I have no problem clarifying that, because I can tell you right now, if you just say, oh, I simply forgot, the fine is enormous. And yeah, so anyway, I'm not a tax guy. I am not your CPA. I'm not your lawyer. I'm just telling you what I do. I gotta pour some more soda. Stand by. Thanks, guys. Everywhere, like literally everywhere, guys. Amazing. Guy asks, does TransferWise count as a foreign bank account? That is a great question. Essentially, no. Because the way that they work, and I assume you mean like if you actually put money into that bank account versus just using it to move it from point A to point B. I believe the way it occurs actually is that based on your home country, that is where they sort of keep the money, right? I mean, obviously it's electronic, but I believe if you're a U.S. citizen and you apply and you use your U.S. address in there, then they keep the money, like, I mean, it's not physical money, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, they keep the money that you can withdraw and, of course, get, physical paper money. They keep that value in the United States, and I believe that they have to do that for most countries that they deal with because of regulations. And I can tell you that it's a great question. I've never been asked it, and I can tell you right now, every time I've used TransferWise, they're ridiculously safe. They have asked for me to have show a selfie with my ID, holding it next to my face. They asked me for it like last week again, or maybe it was a couple days ago. I was just like, again, I gotta do this? Like, oh my god. But yeah, so they have a whole bunch of regulations, and what is the abbreviation? KYC, Know Your Customer. The banks call it Know Your Customer. The reality is the government knows where you got your money, so that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, that's true. That's your drink. Absolutely, my friend. Big fan. Jack Daniel's nice. This compulsory filing only applies to Americans. Yes, that's accurate. Sorry. Anyone American earns more than $18,000 in U.S. Needs to file for income tax, and I don't know about foreign interconnections. Yeah. Yep. Kautanan is where we are right now. How about that beauty? It's a fixer-upper. Must see to appreciate. You know what's funny is I have those exact trees, or had those exact trees, right outside of my house in Coronado. I literally could have stood there and taken this exact picture where I live before I came here. Crazy, right? There you go. Dude, paint and carpet? You kidding me? That would be an epic rental. Flip this house. Flip this train station. Whew, look at how dry it is, guys. This is what they mean when they say, like, Thailand has a drought. Because, I mean, I'm used to this, right? Because I'm from Southern California. So I have the opportunity to put my mask on, actually. I'm not drinking right now. So I think I'll do that. Oh, Clay asks where I'm going today. I'm going down to Prachuap Kurikan, which is, let's see, what time is it now, guys? It is 10:48, and we will get there in about 3 hours if we're on time. It'll be interesting to see when. Now, what was interesting about this train compared to the other train, the one that left at 5 in the morning from Hua Lamphong, is that this one that left from Thonburi, I was following it yesterday because they're actually very accurate and timely about reporting how long it takes and when they arrive at certain stations. And I don't know whether it's because it's done automatically with GPS or whether there's actually someone who just does it and is really conscientious and is cool about it. But guys, how cool is this? That's awesome, right? Oh, that's cool to me. And this train, it got to, by the time I got to Cham, I think it was literally only like 8 minutes late. And they stayed there for a little bit longer, I think, than they had anticipated. And then they went on to Hua Hin. And when they got to Hua Hin, I think by the time they got there, they were like 28 minutes late or something like that. I'm not quite sure exactly. But that's what I mean. Yeah, it looks like Fresno. But I felt that burning. But anyway, so by the time I got down to Prague Currycon yesterday, I think it was just under an hour late. This train that I'm on, this one, the 255. The other one that left Kuala Lumpur, by the time it got to its destination, where I would have been 2 days, or yesterday, or maybe, yeah, yesterday, it was 183 minutes late. I'm like, are you guys like going for a record? Like, what are you trying to do? Beat me on my live streams? Is the amount of minutes that you're late? It's like, well, how many minutes did Mike do a live stream? Well, then we're going to be at 4 hours late by the time we get. Oh, someone just like hucked something out the window. Did you see that? I'm grateful it didn't blow back against me. There's actually a lot less dust here where I'm at, which of course, you know, as you might guess, happens when there's actual water, unlike just right then, where there was a ton of dirt. That guy asks, have you ever had a problem with a bank suspending your while overseas because they were expecting you to be in the U.S. Or some know your customer issue that couldn't be fixed while in the country? No, I have not. But I am also ridiculously proactive about that. I always make sure that I have a travel notice in place. I also have more than just like the one card, right? And so, you know, I have 2 banks in Thailand. I got a couple of ones in the U.S. And then I have, you know, those cards, right, that don't charge you anything or do a 100%, more accurately, they do a 100% reimbursement of all transaction charges, meaning they reimburse for the ATM fees, they reimburse for the transaction fee, they reimburse for the, or they give you a very reasonable exchange rate, that sort of thing. So I have those. Now, what I have run into is, I think it was like literally on maybe my second trip, I got over here and one of my cards would not work. And I said, well, that's kind of weird. So I just looked on the back and I called the 1-800 number. And one of the first things that the automatic thing said, because you know, press 1 for something or 2 for international transactions or something. So I pressed that, and then they were like, yeah, so that's, you know, the guy came on and he says, no, it's not working. And I said, really? And he says, yeah, we're having problems with international transactions right now. He says that we're really sorry about that. But then he says, here's what you can do. He said, just walk into any bank and just walk up to the teller and say you want to do a cash withdrawal on the credit card, right? And so immediately I think to myself, yes, that's possible. It's also the most expensive way in the world to get cash out of a bank. And he says, no. He said, this is our problem. He says, we'll absolutely pay for that. Don't worry about it. You won't have to pay any interest on it. He said, it'll just be like you're going up to buy, I think he said like a sweater or something. I'm like, dude, I'm in Thailand. They don't, you know, I didn't say that to him. But in my mind, I'm like, yeah, right, I'm going to go buy a sweater in Thailand. I'll pass out. But yeah, and then I want to say it was like basically the next time I was at an ATM, I tried using it and it worked. So there have been, oh, and actually, you know what, the same thing, or not the same exact thing, but a very similar thing happened to me in the Philippines. Because, I mean, most of the cards that we're going to have, guys, they're going to have the plus, you know, symbol on the back. Or the other one, too, that I can't remember what it is. But at the end of the day, it's one of those deals where you can effectively use your, you know, MasterCard and your Visa and that sort of thing at any ATM, you know, globally, pretty much, sans, you know, places in China. Oh, and just speaking of that, I also have a Union Pay card. Union Pay is sort of the plus system, if you will, of China. So I have a Union Pay card, and it allows me to, if for whatever reason I end up at an ATM machine that doesn't have a plus symbol on it, then I use my Union Pay card. So one could argue that I am overly prepared, but I've also been never disappointed. I've rarely been disappointed. Paul T asks, will this live stream be over 6 hours long then? I think so. I mean, I can tell you right now, I've got 40% battery, so I'm going to plug my I'm going to plug my battery in here in a second, and I said in the live stream yesterday, I'm like, well, you know what? I'll just turn on my phone. Sorry, I'll just turn on my phone, and I'll do a live stream until I can't do a live stream. I'm not gonna. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? My phone is really hot, guys. So this might be. Maybe this is when I don't do a live stream. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe it's just focusing on this thing instead of the distance. So I'll just make sure I hold it up above that. There's no real place for me to like set this down. I have it on a tripod. I was actually going to use the gimbal, but what happened was that if I use the gimbal, I can't charge my phone. I've got a 90-degree cable on here, so I can actually fit it into the holster, but then it's off balance. So I'm just basically holding it on a tripod right now, talking to you guys, which is good because effectively I need to, be able to touch the screen so I can see the comments. So I don't know. I can't tell you. It might be 6 hours. I might, end it eventually. You guys might all end up going to sleep and be, I'd be down to 0 viewers, and I'll be like, all right, well, that's cool. I'll take some video. I'll take some video to show my mom and that sort of thing. But if you guys want to keep chatting, I'll keep streaming because effectively it costs me no money to do this. I have unlimited data, and of course there's a cap on it, but I believe it's 200 gigs. And at the end of the day, if for some reason I hit that mark, then I would simply just go into an AIS and give them $20, and they would give me another 100 gigs because my monthly phone bill is my monthly cell phone bill is $41. That's kind of cool. You guys like riding. I missed it. Oh, there we go. So if you guys ever have a chance to ask a Thai person, hey, do you know how to water ski? If they say yes, then they're a farmer. I'm late today, Mike. Where are you going? Hey, David, good to see you, man. I'm heading down to Prachuap Kurikon. And if you don't know where that is, it's basically south of Hua Hin. All in, the train ride takes about 6 hours, and we're about 3 hours in. And I'm 1 Coke and 1 Pepsi and about half a water in. So Ron says banks are going crazy during this virus thing. Wells Fargo was by appointment only for inside banking, and people are dragging all their safe deposit box things out by the suitcase loads and closing accounts. Really? That's sort of interesting. I don't know why they would do that. I mean, you got to kind of put your money somewhere. I don't know, maybe they're doing that and they're buying gold. They believe that asset is going to be worth more or whatever. I'm not going to get into that. I don't believe that. It's a loogie. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm like, what the heck was that? Got to drop my work is calling. Haha, enjoying catch up soon. Steven, thank you, my friend. Always great to hang out with you. Steven is a brilliant person who works for a very awesome global IT company. The one that I had the honor of working with and starting a global IT user group. So Steven is rad. He works, he used to work over off of wireless. Now he works a little bit further down, but he's a great guy. So thanks for stopping by, buddy. Enjoy it. Have an amazing day. Work hard. And I hope your foot, there you go, guys. Here's another fixer-upper. I hope your foot feels okay, because he had surgery on that. Hold it out the window to cool down. Yeah, I suppose that's right. The problem is that the air temperature, it might help, but racking we're at 3 hours. Unlimited, yeah, in air quotes, absolutely. There is an absolute cap. Justin says just got Burger King, but of course they were out of stock of Whoppers here in the Philippines. Out of stock of Whoppers? Well, how did they make hamburgers? If you've got the ingredients to make a Whopper, don't you have to make the ingredients of other hamburgers? Don't you have to have the ingredients to make a Whopper? Maybe not. Maybe the buns are different size, or... Anyway. I like Burger King. Cool phone against the ice pack. Yeah, I thought about that. I don't really have I guess I could put it in I could use the plastic cup that I'm drinking my soda out of. Who's your phone provider in the U.S.? Did you let them know you're in Thailand? My phone provider, or my cell, the carrier, is Google Fi. And absolutely, I mean, one of the reasons that I got the device and was simply because before that I was a T-Mobile customer, but then when Google Fi came out, their plan is effectively better than T-Mobile, and I was making the pretty accurate assumption actually that that Google would basically go for world domination. And so I can tell you that their roaming agreements with other countries has just gotten like literally better every friggin' week. There was a time when when you would roam, especially with T-Mobile, you would get out of the plane and it would send you a text message to say, hey, welcome to Spain, welcome to Mexico, welcome to Thailand, welcome to Vietnam, or actually I'm sorry, it wouldn't say welcome to Vietnam, welcome to Philippines, whatever. You've got unlimited data and unlimited calls and unlimited text, sort of thing. You have unlimited data and you have unlimited text, and calls are like 10 cents a minute, while you're roaming in this foreign country. But the data was capped at like 3G speeds, which, maybe if you're lucky, you would get like 10 megabits a second, which quite frankly, if you're in the Philippines and you get more than 10 megabits a second, then you're either right underneath the tower or you're probably in, right in Cebu/Manila, and or you're in your apartment and you have fiber. So I went to Google Fi, and that's been a real good experience. Now the only downside to that is that what occurs with Google Fi, which for some reason did not occur with T-Mobile, is what they want to do is they want to register your phone. And so they kind of just want to be like, okay, so like he's still on our system, and where is he? I mean, they know where you are, of course. I don't have a problem with that. And for the most part, when you are a Google Fi person, all of your SMS effectively goes through Google Voice or GChat, if you will. And so therefore, all of my SMS simply shows up in, if I'm in Gmail in my browser, it just simply shows up in the chat down there, right? With the exception of about one, maybe two SMS texts that I can only receive by being on my home carrier. And one of those is actually, the only important one really, is the one from Google. And so if you've ever done like SMS authentication or, two-factor authentication, and you've done it from something that Google was like, okay, well, let's verify that this is your phone. Well, they have to be able to SMS you. And that no longer works. And so the good news is that even though it no longer works, what I was able to do is I was able to change my phone number that I had those things registered for to my Google Voice number. Not my Google Fi number, but a Google Voice number that I had that was simply attached to one of my Gmail accounts, because all of those messages go in and out SMS, because it's a 100% VoIP solution. There is no physical phone that you have your Google Voice number on. So the good news there is that I can get all the text that I need. The main reason I keep a US number is for ease of when I go home. But additionally, there are things that I need a US telephone number for, such as like banking and two-factor authentication and that sort of thing. But the good news there for any of that two-factor authentication with SMS, all of that comes through on GChat. But yeah, I kept it. I think it's like, and what's kind of frustrating is like, obviously I pay for it whether I use it or not. I can kind of turn it off, but then, if I ever want to like, I got to log into Bank of America, or I got to log into whatever, do two-factor authentication with SMS, then I need to turn the silly thing back on. So I just leave it on. It's $45 a month, which is ridiculous because I never use it. But if I also ever get stuck anywhere and for some reason like my Thai SIM doesn't work, I can turn on my Google Fi number, and I get 10 gigs of data would be like $10. So it's like, all right, fine. At least I can get online. I have a similar number for Gracie, and she has a Google Fi type cell phone. She's got like one of the, like, I think it's like $150 Motorola. And she keeps her SIM in there so that when she lands, because obviously Philippine SIMs, they don't roam to save their life. And they say they do, but they don't work. And so the cool thing is, like, when we travel, right? Sometimes, like in the past, certainly, like we've met in Hong Kong or we've met in Singapore or something like that. I was coming and I would like stop there. She would fly over from the Philippines. And when she lands, she wants to be able to get a hold of me. And I'm actually amazed at this because Singapore is usually so spectacular. The Wi-Fi, to join the Wi-Fi in Singapore is a real pain in the neck, and it's unreliable. Anyway, the point is that she has a cell phone that literally will work anywhere in the world, pretty much with the exception of Vietnam. I mean, it even works in China. So if she lands somewhere, she can call, she can text, and she can use data. So she has there's 2 Google Fi numbers I have on my plan. And but as far as like my billing address, that's my address in the United States. But yeah, they totally know I'm in Thailand, and I've even reached out to them for some tech support, and I'm always very clear, like, okay, I'm in Thailand, so I need you guys to like help me fix this. Paul says, I remember to Rob from 20 Seconds in Thailand said he still has T-Mobile service from back in the USA. Yeah, he does. And what's crazy is that I believe he actually uses that as his data plan when he's out on his phone. And he doesn't necessarily have a Thai SIM for data. And also, if you don't know too, when you're traveling in many parts of Southeast Asia, like everywhere you go, there's like free Wi-Fi. So, if you want to keep joining Wi-Fi networks when you go from spot A to coffee shop B to, massage place C, whatever, blah, 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 you can do that, but I find that to be a pain in the neck. Plus the fact that the Thai SIM is the data here is so cheap and so reliable and so fast. And, well, to be fair, I'm streaming live for now over 3 hours in a train. And if I were to do this on T-Mobile or Google Fi, I would be chewing up my data, because the unlimited, in air quotes like you guys were saying, the unlimited that you get from T-Mobile is ridiculously low. And in fact, I believe Google Fi, if I go over 25 gigs, they slow me down, and that just does not work for me. I mean, the last thing I want is any limitation in any sort of technology that I have, especially when it's so reasonably priced elsewhere. But yeah, he's had that for a long time. Back again, glad you're still on. Hey Bob, good to see you, buddy. Peace all, another great day tomorrow waiting for me. Right on, man. Have a good night's sleep, Atlanta. Take care, Rackman. Do I have an Android or an iPhone? I have an Android. I have a Google Pixel 2 XL. Did you sell anything, or did you keep property stateside? Sold everything. What happens when you get something via snail mail? My dad will usually scan it if it is sent to that address in Massachusetts. Asia Unscripted. What's up, dude? Good to see you, Jason. And just so you know, Jason, now that you're here and now that you know that this is possible, I'm expecting that your next walk and talk video that you do is from a train, basically traveling at least 3 hours in the Philippines. Because I know that the internet connection there will be as reliable as it is here. The experience will be very similar, and you'll be able to blow us away. I'm going to plug my battery back in, guys. I'm at 24%. And my battery is at, can you see those 2 LEDs? Maybe not. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, I got 2 LEDs out of 4. I also have a secondary battery pack, because I figured there's no downside to seeing if I can do a 6-hour live stream on a 6-hour train ride. But you know what I think I might break into? Guys, I think it might be time. I think it might be time to live the dream. Maybe not. Oh, you know what I need to do though? What I do need to do is I do need to drink my iced Coca-Cola, because while the shelf life of one of those factory-made pineapple pastries from 7-Eleven is approximately 9 years, the ice for this Coca-Cola, it's got about 9 minutes left in it. Because even with the wind, it's hot. don't know if you saw my Facebook post, but I posted like a little bit of the first two sort of stops that we took. A couple of like, 5-10 second videos. 10 seconds of Thailand. That's all I can handle. But there was a still that I took a screenshot of the weather. And at the time, it was 89 degrees outside, but it felt like 96. And inside the train, it felt even hotter. Especially when it was at a standstill and not moving. So, because thank God the windows aren't, the windows go down very easily. But, so I'm not getting a whole lot of greenhouse effect in here. But I'm certainly getting a whole lot of hothouse effect. Now, see, what's interesting, right? Remember how, like, brown it was before? Now, again, the brush, like I don't know, what do you call that? The desert floor, if you will. Which, of course, it's not the desert here, but it's very brown. The leaves are green. And then you'll get a patch that's, like, really green like that. And I don't believe that is, artificially watered. So that makes me feel good. That makes me believe that there is a significant amount of rain that they've been getting down here. Oh, if you don't know, there's only one track, by the way. So on a day like today, or a time like today, when basically the number of trains that are running is like about 10% of what normally runs. Maybe they're ramping it up to 20% this week, maybe, or by Sunday, on Sunday. But the a lot of times they pull over, and you're sitting there, getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and then a train will come the other direction. And I can't remember how it goes. I can't remember which one has the right of way. I believe that the south. Does that make sense? No, I actually believe that the northern bound trains have the right of way, but I'm not certain on that. More construction. But what's interesting about this, so this is what I see. I see two types of construction here along this railway. I see one like that, where obviously they have footings in place, and then they have they're getting ready. They got plenty of gravel here to keep working. But there's nobody there. Like literally, there's not even one person. Like maybe there was a guard back there, guarding like a backhoe or something. That's it. But just similar to what we just went past right there. But nobody's working. And then like we was happening before in the ride. I mean, it was like one stop after another, like a bunch of guys, construction workers, working on the train station, and I don't know, guys. I think it's really cool. A little bit of cloud cover, that's helping big time with the heat. I don't know if it's gonna rain today down here. I'm kind of hoping there's like what I would really love is like about the time that I'm ready to head back to the hotel. After I've eaten, or I have food at least, for the rest of the night, kind of thing, and I got settled, and I'm just ready to kind of kick back and hang out on the balcony there, overlooking the water. I hope it pours rain, thunder, lightning, the whole works. Absolute torrential downpour, and I'm happy to sit outside and get completely soaking wet. Because I think the lowest it's ever gotten in the last 2, maybe 3 months is about 83. I think that's about as cool as it ever got at night. Humidity drops at night too, so it's not as bad as during the day. But let me see if I missed any comments. I've been trying to keep up with them, and I think that they're... Oh my God, I think I'm behind, guys. I'm sorry. Catch you later, Mike. Oh, Reener, thank you, man. Oh my God, I'm so stoked. I'm really honored. I'm sorry I didn't catch that right away. A Coke for both of you. Safe travels. Thank you very much, my friend. That's like totally awesome. And just so you know, I anticipated you being that awesome. No, but seriously, thanks, man. I will show you a picture of my of the next Coca-Cola that I buy, which will probably be a Coke Zero. That's my go-to. But anyway, Reener, thank you, man. I really appreciate it, man. I'm honored. You're so great. I have T-Mobile and it's great. Yeah, totally. I mean, I think T-Mobile worked really, really well for me. Clay, catch you later, buddy. Right on, man. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. Always good to see you and enjoy your life there in the Philippines, my friend. Gotta Love Thailand says I have an iPhone 8 Plus and an adapter to charge. I bought. I think it was 200 for a weight kit. Perfect. Nice. Which plan do you have? I sent you some Coke money. Do you know if you can see? Don't know. Yeah, if you can see it. Yeah, I didn't see it at first, which really bothers me. Actually, I thought that's why. Like, I'm using the YouTube app, so I really apologize if that didn't, show up. I mean, I was caught up on the comments. Basically, the super chats are supposed to. Anyway, regardless, I absolutely see it. I'm so incredibly thankful that you did that, dude. That's just friggin' spectacular. Because I need to tell you right now. So I think in total. So what do I have? Yeah, I have $10, and so it's basically 330 baht. Or 320 baht. Oh, so we're at Cha Am. So there you go. So Cha Am is a real favorite station of mine. This thing is really cool. This is the first time Gracie and I ever took a train in Thailand, and it was just awesome. And it's really in good shape. It's really picturesque. And down that street, actually, right there, that's where the Wednesday weekend market is. So it's really cool if you like, basically, Gracie and I were coming home. If we get here at like evening. Ooh, English.
The railway of Thailand appreciate your background and hope you serve you again. Thank you.
Dude, how awesome is that? Now, I don't know if you can see. Oh no, maybe it's Hua Hin that had the big brass bell. Yeah, I think it might have been Hua Hin that had the amazing bell. But I love Cha Am, guys. I love Cha Am. In fact, on the way back, what I'm hoping, I don't know how long I'm going to stay down here. I mean, today's Thursday, so I may stay down here like through Sunday, because what will happen on Sunday, likely, will be some degree of announcement. Boom, 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 boom. Bam. Will be some degree of announcement as it relates to more things opening. And so that, for all I know, could be the Cha Am Beach. In which case, if that's the thing, then on my way home, I will likely stop there. Because I believe the northbound train that stops at Cha Am, I believe 1411 for some reason flashes in my head. I believe that basically the train heading northbound that basically doesn't start in Cha Am but starts somewhere further south, but definitely stops at Cha Am. I believe it occurs at about 2 o'clock. I think that for some reason I'm thinking 1411. I don't know if that's accurate, but 2 in the afternoon. So that would mean that I would probably get a train down in Prachuap Khiri Khan. I believe when Gracie and I took the train, I think it left around 10 o'clock, but it was coming from way further south, and it was at a time when all of the trains were running, which delays them even more. But here's the great news, guys. It's 11:18, and this train is normally scheduled, let me get up the time. This train is normally scheduled to get in Cha Am at oh my God, guys, are you ready for this? It's scheduled to get here at 11:19, and it is 11:18. That is amazing. Thai trains are rarely this ridiculously on time. I'm actually a little surprised that he didn't wait. I understand why he fully stopped and waited, but again, no one was getting off, and I'm sure he didn't see anyone running from a minute away. But yeah. So that's pretty cool. Now this one, so you'll see my notes, right? So I'm scheduled to get to I'm scheduled to get to Hua Hin at 11:47, and yesterday I got there at 11:50, and so this is good, guys. This is cool. I actually literally may end up in Prachuap Khiri Khan. I could end up there by 1:30. That would be amazing if I got there early. That's really cool. Rena said, I sent you some Coke money. Yep, I got it. Cool. Gotta love Thailand says, my girlfriend just said Sarin just told her we can leave on June 1st, which is cool because we're going to Koh Chang for a week. I am very happy now. So, remind me, gotta love Thailand, how far are you from Bangkok? I'm gonna say, I believe I asked you this before, and I'm gonna say, what is it, a 2-hour drive? I'm not sure if you guys like take the train, because obviously, I mean, if I had a car and I could drive to Prachuap Khiri Khan, I believe I could drive it in about 4 hours. So, but anyway, yeah, if you want to get on the train that I went on to and basically get to one of what I believe certainly one of the really cool, close beach cities. And just so you know, back there when the train was, and I showed you that main street, like right over my shoulder, that's where the Wednesday night market is every once a week. And I think they were going to have it at 2 times. No, I think it's just Wednesday nights, yeah. And the night market is just Wednesday nights. Yeah, that's right. And if you walk down that street from that train station, it's about 2 kilometers to the beach. Prachuap Khiri Khan, when you get to the train station, is 1 kilometer to the beach, which of course I like. But usually, actually, there, I was surprised I didn't see it right away, but I'm sure there are some. There's normally motorbike taxi drivers just like all sitting there, you know, waiting for the train to arrive and waiting for people to get off. But as you saw, basically no one got off, or at least I didn't see anybody. They may have gotten off on the other side and I didn't see them. Let's see. So basically 4 hours. It takes about 4 hours to get to Cham, and it takes about 4 hours to drive to Prachuap Khiri Khan. But definitely worth it. I totally dig it. That's cool. I mean, shoot, dude, June 1st is going to be here pretty soon, right? What's the date today, guys? 21st? Yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm coming up on a big anniversary, which I'm very excited about, and I will definitely do a video on that when the time comes. It is not my birthday, and it is definitely not the day that Gracie and I met. That's January 17th, I think. It's either the 17th or the 15th. I can't remember. Simply because my calendar was a little bit off, but Gracie remembers the day correctly. But of course, you know, we basically committed to each other on that day in January, but then I didn't see her again until September. We texted every day, and I tried to get back, but the flight was completely screwed up, and I literally would have had to like stay in Los Angeles for like 2 or 3 days, and I'm like, dude, I just drove up here. Come on. I'm not going to stay in Los Angeles and wait for my next plane. If you guys can leave in 2 or 3 hours, I'm willing to do it. And then they lost my luggage and blah, blah, blah. But Philippine Airlines is reliably incompetent, which is really a bummer, because they're pretty much the only airline that flies nonstop from Los Angeles to Manila. And that can be pretty convenient. I can't remember if they fly direct from Los Angeles to Cebu. I've only taken EVA Air to get to Cebu from Los Angeles. And as you know, with EVA Air, you pretty much hop through Taipei for almost everything Taiwan. I'm listening as I remove an oil pan. Thank you for the remote company. Dude, that's totally awesome. I really, I'll tell you what, man, I spent years working on my cars and really got a lot of enjoyment out of it. I'm not going to say I restored it like from the frame up, but I restored a 450 SL, so a convertible Mercedes. I think it was like a 1980 or maybe it was like a 75, 76. But that was a fun car. And convertible BMW. I also did a convertible Volkswagen Cabriolet. That was really fun. I only paid $1,000 for that. One of the first things I did is I ripped out all the air conditioning because I'm like, okay, it's a convertible. I'm in Southern California. Yeah, it'll get hot, but I don't want to. I mean, I'm already losing performance just because I bought a Volkswagen. So I would prefer to get any excess weight or any excess load on this engine out of here as soon as I possibly can. And so Hey, that guy, right on, gonna take off. Have a wonderful trip. I absolutely will, TG. You have an amazing night, my friend. And with the green flowers and lily pad in the background, all the best to you, my friend. Anyway, so it was really fun. I also, one of the more fun cars to drive, but as well as work on, was my Rolls Royce. I had a 71 Silver Shadow. And as you might guess, that thing leaked like a sieve. I bought it used, and it's funny because when you drive a car like that, and you pull up to like a place that has valet parking, for some reason they feel the need to park your car up front because I guess they take the really expensive cars and they park those up front, and then if you drive up in a brand new, which of course costs infinitely more than a used Rolls Royce, like Toyota Celica. And then they park that in the parking garage, but they leave the Rolls Royce up front. Well, because when I first bought it, obviously it needed some work. It was mechanically sound, but it just needed, some repair, right? So it was leaking oil. And so, I would drive it, and these guys, they would I said, you don't need to park this up front. But of course, they'd be like, oh, no, sir, we'll take really good care of you. Expecting like a $20 tip on like a $24 parking, whatever. So I was like, fine. So they would park it nearby, in the front of the hotel or whatever, and then I would just come out and they just basically give you the keys and you drive away, right? You don't need to wait for your car. And I mean, I don't know how many times it happened, but it was literally every single time until I had it fixed. I would drive away and I would look in the rearview mirror and there would be this massive oil spot left in the concrete. And a lot of times, these hotels, right? You pull up front, and I mean, they actually take pretty darn good care of the entry concrete, right? So it's all very clean. They may even power wash it. And the next car that they park there, the last thing they want to do is drive that brand new car's, nice new tires through an oil patch, which then gets, sprayed up all over the side of the car. So it was really funny. I would leave it, I would look in the rearview mirror, and then this big pot of oil on. I just kept thinking to myself, it was probably for about the first year of me owning that car. I was like, man, I have got to get that fixed. However, the oil pan in a Mercedes, is actually, the oil pan in a Mercedes is fairly easy. The oil pan in my Volkswagen and my Honda, that was a pain in the neck. The BMW, I don't recall ever having to change it. I definitely changed the oil though. So I don't really remember it was really that hard to get at. I'm trying to think. What was the what I've changed an oil pan in. I think I've changed an oil pan. I think my girlfriend at the time, she had one of those, she had a Dodge or something. Kind of a lame, but she ran over a speed bump or something like that and totally dented it. So I needed to take the oil pan off and then, get a new one and put it on. And, the key with that, of course, is the seal. Anyway, that's cool, man. That's good that you change your own oil. I always, or do whatever you do to your car. I always got a lot of enjoyment out of that until I didn't. And it was just one of those things I just don't really feel like doing this anymore. By that time, I had done probably, 5, 6 cars. And, yeah, it was neat. It was really cool. I had a garage and I was able to work and I had the proper tools. But now, of course, even my buddy who I used to be engineering partners with in the radio station, I used to have, when I first started working in engineering, I bought a lab coat and I had the logos of the stations that I worked at put on there. And in radio, you kind of move around a lot. So by the time I was ready to leave radio, I had this lab coat that probably had about 12 logos on it from all the radio stations I worked at. So that was really neat. But he asked me there, and he goes, "Oh, did you bring that with you?" And I said, "No, dude." I said, when I moved to Thailand, my life was in 3 suitcases, and that's what moved over here with me. So I got rid of a lot. I gave away a lot. I sold some. But yeah, everything that was okay, am I ever going to wear this? I mean, this is a neat thing. It's got sentimental value. My first T-shirt that I got, I think when I was 14 or 15 years old from the radio station that I worked at at a college in Milton, Massachusetts. I had that, and I loved that. But I was like, okay, I'm not going to wear that over here, So a lot of that stuff went by the wayside. And but yeah, I have really, really fond memories of working on cars. So that's cool, man. Medtech says I had a 68 Silver Shadow, 58 Silver Cloud, 60 Silver Cloud, and 50 Silver Wrath. Dude, those Silver Wraths were amazing. I'm into American now. Oh, Keith, Mike's good to see you. That you can finally get out and travel a bit. Yeah, trust me, Keith, I am really stoked about it. That's really cool, Matt. The thing that I loved about my 71 Silver Shadow, it was the last year with the all chrome bumpers. In 72, they had to abide by the increased safety of the U.S. And so the 72 Silver Shadow had a whole lot of black rubber on it. But the 71 was nice. And I actually took like literally every single piece of chrome off that car, which included the grill and the Flying Lady. And I did it with a buddy of mine, and we put all this stuff in my living room, right? And dude, that grill on the older Rolls Royces, it had to have weighed 100 pounds. That thing was amazing. And so I took all the chrome off, and hubcaps, everything, door handles. And then I drove it over to, it was at a time when the economy wasn't so great, and it was in the winter. And so if you know anything about, paint and body shops, in the winter they don't do the business they do in the summer, even in a climate like San Diego. People are less obsessed with getting their car all made up when it's like December. It's like, whatever, I'll wait till the spring. So anyway, so I went over to this place, and I had actually bought like 7 cans of certified Rolls-Royce paint, which is very expensive, by the way. But I'm like, okay, well, yeah, the paint's expensive, but dude, if I have to pay like labor, obviously I'm not going to the Rolls-Royce dealer to have this thing painted. So anyway, so I go to this paint. I think it was called like One Day Paint and Body or something like that. And so I drive up, and I said, so of course these guys are all excited, right? Because they're like, oh my God, this Rolls-Royce shows up. Well, but there was like, because I'm like, you are not masking this, dude. Okay, you are gonna like do this appropriately, but you're not gonna mask over my chrome and then not paint, underneath the chrome. That's lame. So I made sure everything was off, and I even like wrapped newspaper around like the bumper shocks and that sort of thing. I shoved, cotton and newspaper into the holes in the door where the handles were and everything, and took out the door jambs. Literally everything. And so I bring it over there, and I said, hey, how much for you guys to paint this? And of course, naturally, they're looking at it saying, oh my God, this is going to be the most expensive. We're going to make like $10,000 on this guy, because he's a Rolls-Royce owner, right? And so they take a look and everything, and so one of the guys comes over and he goes, there's like 17 coats of paint on this thing. And he said, we're going to need to, like sand it down and then put on, whatever. And he says, you can only put Rolls-Royce paint on a Rolls-Royce, right? So I'm like, right, dude, come on. You work at One Day Paint and Body. I'm quite certain that you're not a connoisseur of the British automobile. But nonetheless, I said, yeah, no worries. Don't worry about that. And he says, well, it's going to be, so he gives me this like crazy ass estimate. And the paint was like, I think it was like $2,500 just for the paint. And I said, oh, no, don't worry about it. And I opened up the trunk, and I had all this Rolls-Royce paint. And they were like, oh. Now, the other thing that was really cool, and one of the reasons that I bought it, is that I actually bought it off of the mechanic that had been maintaining it since it was brand new, from the guy up in La Cañada, California, who owns 7 Rolls Royces. He was a dentist, and this was basically the oldest one that he just simply kind of, neglected. Meaning that the paint was like kind of faded, and he didn't wax it and, gloss it and that sort of thing, take really good care of it. But the interior, here's what was really cool about this too. You might be able to appreciate this, Matt, is that it had the original sheepskin floor mats. And if you guys have ever seen those in an old Rolls Royce, dude, you are talking like 2 inches of plush. I used to love driving that car in bare feet. It was just so amazing. Driving that car is like driving a sofa. And if you don't know, some of the parts were actually, like the transmission was made by General Motors. And some of the electrical was unreliable. Those old things that you would hear about the Jaguar and the Rolls Royces, about the electrical being unreliable. But the engine and the transmission, my God, you could go 250,000 on that. But that was a really, really fun car. So anyway, so these guys, I think I got my whole Rolls Royce painted, and these guys did a smashing job, because once they were like, okay, well, whatever, we're not going to make $1 million off this guy. But they were car guys, right? So they were like, okay, well, that's cool. And they, you start talking to them. They don't have a whole lot going on, and it's not like I need to drop off my car and run away. So I ended up talking to these guys for a while, and they're like, oh yeah, well, we'll do it this way, and we'll do this way, and we'll do that, and obviously we'll make sure we don't get any overspray into the grill or the radiator, right? And I'm like, good. I appreciate you acknowledging the fact that you're going to do the minimum level of your work. But yeah, went through all of the cans of paint, and they did a really, really amazing job. And I think it was like $2,500, so that's a pretty good deal. Because I was like, look, I don't want you to like, take however much time you need. Oh my goodness, I actually did not realize. I may lose you guys, I guess. I hope not. Well, it doesn't say reconnecting. It says 3 hours, 39 minutes, 41 seconds. So I guess we're still streaming, guys. 19 of you are here. 44 likes, guys. Thank you so much. Oh my God. But yeah, the Rolls-Royce automobiles were just absolutely amazing. And, I would go to those like shows where you would like show up and yes, I had a bottle of Grey Poupon I had in the glove box. And you would show up at these, car shows and basically just park your car on the grass, like at the polo fields. I used to do that. And people would have like, because some of these cars like came with wicker baskets that had like full-on picnic materials in them. So people would like pull those out with like these, the original leather straps, and then they would have a chair, and they would, drink their wine, eat their cheese, out on the perfectly manicured grass. So anyway, it was a fun time. It was a really great car. What I used to love, honest to God, was like putting the car up on the lift or whatever, or putting it up on the ramps in my place, and getting underneath and just looking at the workmanship. Because my God, again, obviously the car got like 8 miles to the gallon, but it was so heavy. It was so ridiculously heavy, and it was so ridiculously over-engineered. The drive shaft on that thing, I swear to God, it was like they took it off of an F450. It was enormous. It had 2 brake calipers per wheel on the front to stop the thing. And I'll never forget this one quote I heard from a guy from Rolls-Royce. He said, the interesting thing about Rolls-Royce and the way that we hand make our dashes is that we spend hours polishing and repolishing and smoothing out to make it sure that the wood on our dashes almost looks like plastic. He said, but conversely, all of the other manufacturers spend hours trying to make their plastic look like wood. And I was like, that's kind of an interesting thing. But anyway, it was a great car. I'm glad I had it. It was really fun. And it's funny too, because there are even some guys, like some guy pinged me on Facebook, and he was an engineer from the radio station where I was an engineer at. He's the new guy there. And he's like, oh man, I remember when you had that Rolls Royce. Do you still have that? And it's like, dude, 17 years ago. Or when was it? It's 2020 right now. That was in oh my God, it's like 20 years ago. Wow, that's crazy. Medtech says, I removed the stainless grill on the 68 to replace the transmission cooler behind it. Yeah. Sorry, bro, I'm back. Had to. Whoops, what does it say? Had to do my P90X workout. Holy mother of God. You must be cut, my friend. Good for you. That must feel so good. I gotta tell you, man, one of the things I really love about living over here is the physical exercise that I get. Just going somewhere. Just the amount of walking that I did this morning just to get from my condo to the BTS. That's like sometimes, 3 times the amount of walking that I would do like on a regular business day when I wouldn't, actually take some time at lunch to walk, which I did very frequently actually when I was, because it was college campus, and so it was really nice. There were some hills and everything, so it gave a nice sort of opportunity to get some exercise and get outside and get some sun. And produce some vitamin D, right? And anyway, so let's see. So what time we got? It's going to be, so it's 11:38, and so that means that in about 20 minutes, I think we should be in Hua Hin. No, bro, gotta get in shape, and the Army can't wait to retire. Ah, good for you, my friend. Right on. Good for you. That's awesome. Good for you getting in shape, dude. I tell you what, isn't it so awesome? Like, you do all this physical exercise, and then, shocker, mentally, you're even better too. It's just such an added benefit that so many people, I think, forget about. Walking in heat, good for fitness. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. 12 more months until I retire. Congratulations, my friend, and thank you very much for your service. I know that that's like a phrase. It's like, thank you for your service, and I'm sorry for your loss. it seems like these statements are so like overused. And so I really hate to say it because I don't think it conveys. Can you guys see that up there? I mean, that is like gold, guys. I can't. Hold on. Maybe once we get past. That's awesome. Anyway. Oh. Anyway. Big fan of the gold Buddha. Anyway, yeah, that's a huge accomplishment, and I'm very. I mean, again, I lived in San Diego for a long time, so if you're not sort of aware of like what the Marines go through, and I lived in Coronado, and if you live in Coronado and you're not really aware of what it takes to be a SEAL, a Navy SEAL, you need to walk down to the beach and watch these guys. I mean, and the water in Coronado, the Pacific Ocean in Southern California is not warm ever. It never gets above like 72. And so, middle of the night, these guys, like 4, 5, 10, not many, meaning each one of them is definitely straining. They are carrying a telephone pole into the water. And again, yeah, it's pretty dense, and at the end of the day, it probably floats by itself. But then they need to swim with it, and that's just one thing. I mean, and yeah, I've seen basically their shipping containers that effectively they use for the solitary confinement, for the mental deprivation, for the training that these guys do. I mean, it is intense, man. It is intense, and I had a guy living next door to me, actually. He was a Navy SEAL. And like every other Navy SEAL I ever met, these guys are so humble and excellent at what they do. Like, you don't become a SEAL because you got like a B- in being in the Navy. I mean, these guys are just amazing. And very skilled, very team-oriented. Oh, my God. And quite frankly, they and the guys that are in the Army, if Brian is still here, he was in the police force, and I want to thank him too. You are all the reason why I am so safe where I am. Now, this, I believe, is Hua Hin. Yep. So this is cool, guys. This is absolutely cool. So if you ever want to just cruise down to Hua Hin, basically get on the 7:30 train, and you will be here at 11:42. And let me see. That woman just, I didn't see. That woman just walked by with a Blueport bag, which is effectively the biggest mall here. So let me see. Let's see if it is. Oops, sorry. 11:47, 11:50. Okay, guys, we are 5 minutes early. Okay, I need to report to you that is. Do not expect that ever on a Thai train. These guys are like doing a really, really good job. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh my God. But it looks good. He's got cow pad gai, cow pad moo with an egg, and I'm gonna go with. I'm betting that is probably for me probably 60 baht. So but who knows? It could be less. I don't know. I didn't ask him, because if I ask him, then not buying it and just asking, hey, how much is that? It's kind of lame. I don't like to do that. But anyway, to show you guys a little bit of where we are. This is this is newly painted. So this is the track 2, if you will, right here, and we're heading down there. It's a very, very nice train station. It's got a lot of class, and it's got some nostalgia, and it's really cool. And I love this whole, you just reach out the window and you're like, yes, I'd like some lunch. This is awesome, man. I love everything about that. It's the version of street food when you're on a train. Keep looking up there in the upper right. I'm not quite sure why. Obviously, I know the camera's right here. But yeah, I had a feeling that they will stop in Hua Hin, especially if we're 5 minutes early. They're gonna not leave until it is 11:47, and that's another 3 minutes. Morning Meltdown 100, inspired retired expat. Dude, awesome. Inspired expat. So you're inspired because you're going to be a retired expat then? Yeah, absolutely. Let me flip this around. Just watch the people on the train for a while, do some people watching. I started to get pretty busy around here, meaning on the train, and you know, and again, that is an open seat for sure. My bag I could put up there, but I wanted to have it here so I could get stuff out of it, and obviously enjoy my Coke. So she's got, I want to say, oh, she's got like barbecue, fried chicken. So that looks pretty good. And I will tell you that fan right there, let's see how even close it gets to blowing air on me. And yeah, it blows air right about here. So it's keeping, like, it'll cool my ankles. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Inspired says, just see those Marines working out on the beach, killer workouts. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Making it, you know, they're one of the reasons that when I go abroad, I am incredibly safe. And so you guys are awesome. Yep, I'm getting mentally ready, my friend. Oh, dude, I bet you were mentally ready 2 years ago. Matt says, oh, you know what? That is the really awesome bell. And they do a really good job of cleaning it. We're moving, so hold on, let me see. I'm gonna zoom in going out this window, and I bet as we go by the bell, you guys are gonna see it. It is so shiny, so shiny. Oh, darn it. Look at that. I'm telling you. And here, the thing that really I love a lot about that is the fact that it looks cool. But secondly, when you're there, and you know, because I mean, again, you definitely get to, well, so I'll tell you now. So it is 11:46, and this train is scheduled to leave at 11:47. And so anyway, you know, it never hurts. I always get to places early. You guys know that, if you've heard me talk about it before. But the other thing is that you know, usually it's going to be late, right? So you get there and you're like, okay, I'm on time, but you know, I'm going to have to wait another hour or whatever for this late train. Then, within that time when you're waiting, there was a guy that came by, and it wasn't his sole job, but one of his jobs was to polish that bell. And he was like in a uniform and stuff, and I was just like, oh, this is really cool. It's like when you see the Marines like raise the flag every morning, dude. That's like really cool. Alrighty, Mr. Mike, I'm out of here for the night. Safe travels, my friend. Thank you so much, Ron. Thank you so much for the beverage money. I really appreciate it. Hope you come back, my friend. I'll be doing some live streaming from around, and I'll also be trying to upload some videos. So I'm really glad you guys are here. Oh, yeah, you can't sit there. So that's social distancing. So like no one can sit right across from me and no one can sit next to me. But they can sit there, but they can't sit across from me. So yeah, so that's social distancing, which I couldn't be happier about, because it's not social distancing, it's Mike has legroom. That's friggin' awesome. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Paul T says I just do long daily walks now, but I did lose about 40 pounds since the beginning of last year. Dude, that's awesome. I remember when I went on my huge diet, if you guys saw that picture of Facebook, where I was in front of the limo and I was really fat. I lost 50 pounds, and boy did I feel good. I was just like, oh my God, I am gonna put fuel in my body to honor this. I mean, I just felt so awesome. I mean, because at the end of the day, it was a medically supervised diet through Kaiser. And so effectively at the beginning, you're like you get into ketosis. So effectively you're starving yourself, but you're obviously making sure that you have enough potassium and, you know, vitamins and that sort of thing. They check your blood pressure once a week. You go in once a week to check in, and you basically drink 5 to 6 shakes a day, and you're doing about 600-700 calories a day. And so the weight, you know, especially for whoops. Oh my goodness. interesting. Okay, there we go. Whatever. Sorry, guys. And it was a great solution for me because it got me down. Because you lose weight so fast, it's like you see the results right away. So, guys, I'm a little bit bummed about the whole camera thing. If I switch it around, and it's clear on this side, and then if I do this, yeah, that may have gone away, and I didn't want it to. But anyway, regardless. But yeah, it felt really good to lose all that weight. And 40 pounds, yeah, dude, that's amazing. So run 2 miles a day, good deal, 2 miles is my speed, right on. The nice thing about exercising regularly is that you can eat pretty normally, not a crazy diet. Yeah, I agree. I will tell you that my experience as far as like wanting to lose weight, it is 90% diet. And it is it's 90% diet and it is about 10% exercise because if you put the correct fuel at the correct amount into your body, you won't lose weight. Again, your body, the only reason that it stays overweight is because it's like, oh my God, the way that this guy is putting food inside of me, based on how he does it, meaning he like basically binges. And a lot of the food that certainly in America we put in our bodies has, it's high in calories, high in fat, high in sugar. So it gives us immediate energy, but that's not long lasting, and there's limited fiber. But we're not very protein deficient. The cool thing about protein, and I would submit to you one of the greatest things about protein is when you put protein in your body, you get less hunger pains. And so therefore it's like, I'll just grab a handful of peanuts or a bag of potato chips or whatever. Because trust me, I'm totally guilty of that. And but the cool thing is, so now we're in Hua Hin. So I'm betting, I don't know, I can't believe it's going to take 2 hours to get down to Prachuap Khiri Khan. I think we're going to actually get there early. We'll see, though. We'll see. The good news is that you saw the signs. There's signs everywhere, so it's not like I'll miss it. And if I do, maybe you guys will message me and say, hey, loser, get outside and buy some rice from that dude and get off on your train station. I do avoid sugar to an extent and eat less. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge part of it, right? And, portions. I mean, obviously the portions in the United States are ridiculous. Dum 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 dum. Boy, what rings in your head when you lay your pillow down at night after doing that job all day? Whew. I love these, man. I love these. Like, we saw a lot of these actually in the Philippines as we were driving around Puerto Princesa. Just like the rock, little just like rock hills and stuff. That's not it's a horrible shot, of course. But anyway. Yep, a couple more fixer-uppers here. Prime real estate, got your own landfill in front. And, who knows what they're doing with this land? I mean, I assume that it's all chewed up like this because they're potentially going to be putting more rail line in. I don't know. I mean, it seems like everywhere we drive, there is rail line being put either on the left or the right of us. And so I don't know if that means they're doing it because they want to put 2 tracks in. How you doing? Wow, you guys need some food. A little skinny back there. When the ribs are showing that they're not plumping them up to make hamburgers, that's for sure. So, but yeah, and so this is sort of the experience that I had last time, which is but I only saw it for the first time, which is like you're driving down these tracks, but on either side of you there is like open area where they're. But again, and then there's this, right? So it's like, wait a minute, they're not doing it everywhere. But it's really interesting to cruise down here. I gotta tell you, I'm amazed at how quickly the time has gone by. It's been 4 hours. You're here to the end. Right on, Joseph. Very cool, man. That's cool. So, Joseph, have you decided when you're gonna come over, or if you're still gonna stick with Bel Air? It seemed like a pretty nice place, man. I mean, it's centrally located. If your goal is to basically explore out from, Upper Sukhumvit, it's very convenient. You can get on the BTS within like 2 minutes. So that was pretty nice. Whoops, sorry. Pete Property Cub is fasting, no food for 1 week. Amazing. Yeah, I mean that's interesting. I mean, I don't know what his plan is after that. I mean, you know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with fasting, provided that you make sure that your body's got enough water. But the thing that you need to be really careful about is that, you know, eventually, you know, what's going to happen is that your body is going to get into ketosis. And what you need to make sure that you're monitoring is that your body is basically using the fat for fuel and not the muscle. Because once it runs out of fat, then it'll be using muscle. And I have not watched that guy much, but from what I've seen, he does not look grossly overweight. He doesn't look like he is as fat as I was fat when I went on my diet. But again, if he's only doing it for a week and he's just doing it basically to like blow his system out and cleanse and that sort of thing, and then, you know, flush it out, then I get it. But I learned, the great thing about doing a medically supervised diet is I learned a lot about what the body needs for fuel and where it will go for fuel. And for example, like I had absolutely no idea that, you know, obviously, yes, it's going to use my fat for fuel, but I didn't realize once it runs out of fat, it's going to be like, all right, well, time to go for the muscle. And so it's like, wow, that's interesting. But ketosis was another thing that I didn't really sort of understand until I did it myself. And, but man, I mean, I'll tell you, you feel good. You really feel good. I could actually go on a week fast because I got to tell you, the one thing that Gracie and I disagree on, that we don't really sort of, you know, share even a, you know, I mean, she doesn't have a gigantic passion for it, but as you might guess, like eating and cooking and that sort of thing, I mean, this is very common to be a common part of many cultures. You know, you get together with family and you eat, right? Well, I don't do that, and if it were up to me, I would never have to eat, sleep, or go to the bathroom. You know, when she's like, oh, we should go eat and we should make dinner or whatever, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's cool. I mean, I don't, you know, tell her, no, you have to go into the closet and not chew on your finger. But, and she's an excellent cook too, that's the other thing. But like food, it just does not interest me. It is, and it was even more so like right after I did my diet, because I was like, okay, dude, I eat to live. I do not live to eat. And while the food in Thailand is really great, I am so grateful that the food is pretty decent. Yes, they do add a lot of sugar when they see us Farangs coming, but the portions are small, thank God. And that's been helping me out over here. But again, you know, I'm not going to say, oh no, don't exercise, just eat right. No. Exercise is good. It doesn't hurt. And especially, you know, being over 50, I want to make sure that my joints are nimble and, you know, I don't get to the point where my muscles are like so tight and that sort of thing, or atrophy because I'm sitting in front of a computer all day long, such that when I actually get out and I, you know, need to run or I need to like, you know, jump or something like that, I don't snap my Achilles tendon or whatever. My boss did that. In fact, it was funny. I think it was like 2 years ago, maybe 3. I left San Diego around Thanksgiving time to go to Thailand and come over and do my regular vacation. And I get back, and I would always get in the office early, like about 5 o'clock. And my boss, like, you know, would always walk by my office to get his. And in doing so, like, I see him when, you know, I'm back, and he comes back, and he's like, hey, what's up? And but he rolls by my office on one of those deals where it's like, it's almost like a scooter, but it's like you rest your knee on it because you can't step on your foot. So rather than having crutches, you basically just roll around on this scooter. And that's what he had to get around. I'm like, dude, what the hell did you do? And I guess he was like down the beach, and he was just simply running down the beach like to catch a Nerf tennis ball or something like this, Nerf football. And he all of a sudden just like, he tells me the story that he tells it. He goes, yeah, I just heard this snap, and then my foot like basically just like flopped over. He didn't really sort of convey the fact that he was in a lot of pain, but he snapped his Achilles tendon, and he was in that cast and that little roll around thing, I want to say for maybe 4 months. Paul T says, I have also been gravitating to eating only about 2 actual meals a day with a little snacking. Yeah, no, I get it, dude. And when I snack, you know, as much as I may like really want to grab a handful of peanuts or a handful of potato chips, I will tell you that the other day, like I just cut up a carrot, and I forgot that in Thailand, like the fruit and vegetables actually taste like fruit and vegetables. Like this carrot was one of the best carrots I've ever had, like in the last decade. And the tomatoes over here taste like tomatoes, whereas the tomatoes in the United States, it's like, oh my God. I mean, I can feel the texture in my mouth, but this tastes like nothing. And so it's been really cool to have the snacks that I have over here be food that actually is satisfying. Water before every meal, absolutely. You guys drink a lot of water. It's partly why I think I look young for my age. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I used to be a smoker, guys, and I got to tell you, one of the things that really helped me not look so freaking old was not smoking. Because, man, I mean, obviously that does so much damage in many areas. I get it. I'm not going to support any of the behavior that I had when I was buying cigarettes. But I will tell you that when I stopped, it wasn't, I mean, it's amazing how quickly the body replenishes if you sort of get it in time, as they say. What's up going on, guys? And luckily where I was at, I hadn't smoked intensely or long enough. Trust me, it was more years than I wanted to. But my skin got sort of, it got less wrinkled. It got more like sort of rubbery, and then the water that I would put into it, that would like flow into my body better. Because I mean, God, the amount of carcinogens, dude, it's just so amazingly frustrating. It's just really, really bad what smoking does to you. But hey, I get it. It's an addiction to nicotine for sure. But there's also a behavioral process. It's like every time I would get on the telephone, I had to have a cigarette. Every time I got in my car, one of the first things I did, and again, this is years ago, because of course you can't buy a car with an ashtray now. But every time I would get in my car, probably before I put my seatbelt on, bam, I would push it in, and I would turn on the cigarette lighter and have a cigarette. I hope they're in September. Yeah, my friend, I absolutely hope you can get here too. I think that would be really cool. September's a great time. I mean, a lot of people will argue and say, oh yeah, there's going to be too much rain. But I mean, even on a regular year, dude, even without the pandemic, Joe, I would submit, you're going to have a really good time, because there's not going to be a ton of people yet. But yeah, I hope you can come over in September, dude. That's great. You should be able to perform a 3-foot standing jump. Really? Oh, well, I'll try that. I'm still a smoker, non-filter. Yeah, I didn't smoke non-filters for too long. I smoked them sort of in the middle, and it was mainly when I was going down to Mexico a lot, because these cigarettes that I would buy down there, it was almost like the paper that they used to manufacture the cigarettes. It was almost like it was sweet. It was kind of weird. I don't remember the brand, but I smoked those for a while, and they were non-filters, and I was constantly in the habit of pulling little pieces of tobacco off my tongue or out of my. I'm like, what am I doing? I mean, I'm a Humphrey Bogart, for God's sake. This is ridiculous. And again, I don't consider myself a fairly unintelligent person. And it's not like I started smoking when I was 10 years old in the 1950s. Okay, where there were commercials on TV that said, you know what? There's nothing quite like a smoke after right. Ronald Reagan promoting it on TV. I was keenly aware that when I started smoking, it was bad for me. The more I smoked, the worse it got for me. So anyway, wow, I'm really getting tired. I can't wait till I get down there maybe and get some fuel in me. 40 years, yeah, that's a long time. That's definitely a long time. But, I mean, everyone's body reacts differently to it. I was really pleased that, after I had not smoked, again, I was smoking about just under 2 packs a day when I quit finally, it was, I think, 3 years later. For whatever reason, I was somewhere, and I don't know whether I did it intentionally just to check it out, or whether I was actually in some pain and they needed to do it I was in the ER. But I had a chest X-ray, and I asked, I said something like, oh yeah, I'm sure, it shows I'm a total smoker. And he's like, oh, are you a smoker? And I was like, no, I haven't had a cigarette in 2 or 3 years. He goes, well, you'd never, from these X-rays, it doesn't look like you're a smoker. And I was like, wow, the body really replenishes itself. That's good to hear. Trust me, there was, honestly, and what's crazy about it is there's a part of me that the minute he told me that, I thought to myself, well, wait a minute, then I can go back out and smoke, and then all I got to do is the next time I want to quit, I just quit and say, okay, well, yeah, in 3 years, then I'll look much better. So I'm glad that was just a thought and not an action. But a little dusty. This sort of reddish clay dirt. I don't know if you've noticed in any part of this, there would be dirt, but then there would be some green. There's been this red dirt for a while now. So it is. And again, it's a train in Thailand, so it's not like they're walking through this thing. It's not like the, again, the guards, the guys that check your ticket, they have masks on and stuff, but the train attendants, the flight attendants, they aren't walking, you know, they're not walking around wiping down everything. I should have taken a picture of it this morning, but I literally could not get into the train when they were doing it because they make you stand outside. But when the BTS comes into kind of like the end of one line or like a major you know, when like the entire train basically empties out, before they let people on, two people in white basically look like hazmat suits. They go from one train to the other, and they each have like this giant container that they have, you know, looped over their shoulder with a strap, and about a 2-inch hose out of it, and they just walk they just walk from one end of the train to the other. You know, basically spraying this aerosol kind of thing, defumigating, you know, microparticle, you know, whatever, the entire train. And then, so they get done, and then about 2 women per car go through, no, so I'm sorry, 2 women per door go into the car, and there's usually 2 doors per car. And they look for everything. They make sure that there's no trash in there, but they'll wipe down the, you know, the chrome poles and that sort of thing. So it's like, and this is like every single. This isn't just like, oh yeah, I got the first train in the morning. No, this is like all day long. They do this on the BT on the MRT. So it was very interesting. It is hard to stop, dude. It's absolutely hard to stop. Have you looked into Chantix? Co-worker used that to stop smoking. Yeah, I mean, I will tell you, dude, anything that you can do. I mean, obviously there's the oral fixation of just like wanting to have something like, you know, in your fingers, not necessarily oral, but, you know, have something in your mouth. I used to chew carrot sticks. I used to chew like those, you know, those like little stir straws that you would get like in the lousy coffee that you'd like buy at the gas station. I used to have, you know, those straws sitting around, or I would chew a lot of gum. I tried nicotine gum, but the cool thing about nicotine gum, at least for me, was the fact that it tastes so disgusting. I mean, you can get mint flavor and cinnamon. I mean, it was okay, and it was kind of helpful occasionally, especially when my mood would change to this significantly agitated. But yeah, you know, it's not easy at all. And you know, the difference between quitting smoking, I mean, you know, now it depends where you live. But I mean, if you live in Southern California and you're a smoker, I mean, you know, you're a third-class citizen. You got to walk like 30 feet from. Oh, is it getting fuzzy again? Sorry. You got to walk like 30 feet from a door. You can't be around anybody else. Of course, other smokers outside. And you know, because if you smoke and you come back in an office and all of a sudden you smell like, you know, stale smoke, pretty much everybody notices it. It's not like, oh yeah, I just think that one of my coworkers might be smoking. No, it's like painfully obvious who the smoker is, right? And so that's, you know, I got into that scenario where it was like, oh my God, I mean, I was opening myself up for ridicule, but I was also, you know, I mean, there was a little bit of ego involved where it's like, man, you know, I'm a third-class citizen. And to do long flights and be a smoker, I mean, I'm glad I quit smoking long before I did my first flight to Thailand. Aldi says another coworker apparently quit on his own cold turkey. He had some kind of theory about how smoking makes you breathe differently. Yeah, I mean, whatever it takes, dude. I mean, again, if you got to pray every 5 minutes, or if you got to pray every 5 years, you know, to not. I mean, whatever, you know, whatever. If you want to stop, and some people don't want to stop. And I can tell you, there were times when I was still a smoker, and I was like, yeah, I'd rather not smell, and I'd rather not have to like walk like 40 feet away or 10 feet away or whatever it is from this entrance, and be like this, you know, poor old guy standing out there smoking while everyone was inside in the air conditioning kind of thing. Well, I didn't particularly want to do that. Now, I don't know, I think we might be on new track now. Maybe. The ground looks like it's like new stone. So we may be on the, not totally sure. Not totally sure. But, anyway. We slowed down a little bit, and I don't know whether that's because we're coming up to a, whether we're coming up to a, that's kind of neat. I'm digging that. These like old cars, you know, they just sort of leave here. I don't know, there's something like that's like almost romantic about that. I don't know why that's the word that I use to describe it, but where are we now? Let me see. I can't see yet. But Oh, just one thing that they had Lucky Strikes there. You know what's different, interesting about Lucky Strikes is my buddy used to love smoking those. He was one of these guys. He would only smoke when we were at IT conferences. And so a lot of those would be in Vegas. And it was difficult to buy Lucky Strikes. It was difficult to buy Lucky Strikes. I'll tell you what, the next time I'm in a 7-Eleven, I'll see if they have them. I'm going to probably guess that a 7-Eleven might have them. You know, I mean, you can get Marlboros anywhere in the world, right? And what would I smoke when I would occasionally smoke when I would come over here. L&M. I used to smoke L&M. Or Marlboro, but Marlboro's like twice the price, and so it's just like, yeah, whatever. And then I would, you know, smoke a couple cigarettes, throw the whole pack away. Like, what am I doing? This is ridiculous. But, you know, it's, I used it for whatever I used it for, whether it was stress or relaxation, which is BS, because of course, yes, it relaxes you, and then it also, you know, acts as a stimulant. So it's kind of like, all right, let's see where we're at. Okay, Wang Tong. I might get my map out. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're replacing this. I mean, that's a very similar kind of train station to Cha Am, right? But yeah, constant work, man. Constant work. And plenty of constant work to come, because, I mean, again, you know, we were cruising by those places that had nobody working in it, but they had, you know, foundation laid, or they had, you know, T-rail up because they were doing, you know, construction around it or whatever. But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting, this Thailand place. Joseph says you can't get them here. Where's here, Joseph? Where can't you buy Lucky Strikes? I thought you were in the United States. Falling rain. Falling rain. Absolutely. I mean, I know they're probably not as, I mean, let's face it, I think the number one brand in the world is Marlboro, right? I mean, I don't know if that for a fact, but I can tell you right now that anywhere I've ever been in the world, and you say to someone Marlboro, they know exactly what you mean. It's kind of like, you know, no matter where you go, there's always Coca-Cola, there's always Sprite, and there's always Marlboro Reds. Yeah, there might not be Marlboro Lights, there might not be Diet Coke, but there's usually Coke and Sprite and bottled water, thank God, and Marlboro Reds. And then, oh man, I gotta figure out, oh, you know what, all I gotta do, I think, is go to the thing, and I gotta hit mute, so that these guys, oh, there we go, mute. Okay, awesome, so that'll stop. For how long? How about for 1 hour? All right, cool. Notifications from our YouTube group will stop popping up. These guys are, sadly, what's been on the mind of a lot of us lately is the trolls and that sort of thing, and how, like, just one guy out of your, you know, 10,000, 4,000, 1,000, 25,000, 50,000 subscribers can really make your day, like, not pleasurable. And so that's sadly been a lot of chatter. And of course, you know, as you might guess, the conversation turns to, I can't understand these guys. Why do they do what they do? And as I said before, a little bit earlier in the live stream, because they're sick. They're mentally ill, and this is their coping mechanism for being able to deal with their life around them. If they did not have something or some person or some scenario to complain about, then they would feel incomplete. It's just like the serial killer that, well, why does he kill people? Because that's what he does. You know, and when he's out of people to kill, then he's like, well, shit, I gotta go find someone else to kill. I'm a serial killer. Obviously, as you know, he doesn't think that to himself and do that consciously, but he just does. He just does. And so these trolls, that's just what they do. And, you know, I have heard of a scenario of when, you know, one of those guys was down in Phuket. He got physically harmed pretty significantly because he was a troll, and he was, you know, doing what trolls do to this one vlogger, and the guy walked up to him in a bar and just simply punched him right in the face. And, you know, I'm not a fan of that, but I can tell you, when I heard that, there was a part of me that was like, he got what he deserved, you know? And, again, I'm not saying that that's the right solution, but unfortunately, you know, my response was good. I hope that will change his behavior, but sadly it didn't. So yeah, in the U.S. Okay. Yeah. Moderate to low blood pressure is good, but nicotine seems. Pranbury. We're in Pranbury. A relaxed attitude will lengthen life. Absolutely, Caesar. Absolutely. Fanta. I don't inhale. First puff is tastiest. Interesting. I need coffee and smoke in the morning. Yeah, I used to have that too. In fact, one of the girls that I was dating in, let's see, what was 2003, 2004, Laura. One of the things we used to do in the morning, I was consulting, but she had the infamous full-time job. So she had a 9 to 5, and so, she would get up and we would make coffee and we would sit at my kitchen table and we would just smoke one cigarette after another, talking basically, having our time together, sometimes 10, 15, 20, sometimes even 30 minutes. And it was not uncommon. I mean, again, this wasn't a giant bowl for an ashtray, but it was not uncommon for, by the time that she was ready to leave to work, the ashtray that we were using was literally completely filled up. And it wasn't like we said, oh yeah, well, let's just use the ashtray from last night that's got 20 butts in it. No, it was, we would smoke a lot, and chain smoking. And again, it's one of those deals where it wasn't until we both sort of looked at it and said, okay, we got to stop this, that you really at least for us, that you really took a look at, oh my God, like, what am I doing? And the whole money thing, like, oh yeah, if it gets up to this point, I'm gonna quit. Or, you can get these apps on your phone and you put your quit date in and then it tells you, how much money you've saved. Not smoking, that didn't bother me. I didn't care. I've paid $18 for a pack of cigarettes in Chicago. And I was, I told people about it. It was one of those, oh, you're not going to believe what I just did. I don't know whether that was like self-deprecation or whether I thought that I was like really cool because I spent all this money. But yeah, no, the cost was irrelevant. And now if it was $50 a pack, who knows? But I can tell you if it went up basically $1 a pack and I had smoked and let's say when I started smoking it was, $30 a carton, and I smoked for 20 years, and every year it went up $1, I probably wouldn't feel it so much. It'd probably bum me out if it was $50 a pack. I don't even know what a carton of cigarettes costs down in the United States. I'm guessing it probably costs, in California, I'm guessing it probably costs close to $100. As far as I know, packs of cigarettes at 7-Eleven are like $8, something like that. I don't know. I mean, the taxes on them are so high, and you read about that going up, but not being a smoker, I don't really recall. I mean, again, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I label myself as an ex-smoker or a non-smoker. But I'll absolutely like have a cigarette every now and then. I don't think I've had one for what is it, May? I don't think I've had one for 18 months, maybe. I may have had one like when I was in that buddy of mine that when we would go to IT conferences and he would only smoke. No, that's not true because I actually stopped smoking and they were like, oh, do you want to have a cigarette? Because I would join this guy for his ceremonial Lucky Strike. And no, I completely remember the last time he had sort of asked me about it. So there's an example of we're heading southbound, and we're on the left. Now again, as you'll notice, these trains, they had an engine in the front, and there are no engines underneath, and so that's a different version of the train system. And I'll have to look when I get off this, but I think ours might be of that type. The last time that she and I have been on trains, each car had several motors that powered it. Whereas if you remember, as that one was going by, it's got, I'm going to say diesel electric probably at the top, at the front. And I'm not sure the age of it or whatever, but this will likely be the train that I take on the way home. Sorry, likely be the train I take on the way home. And they're cool, man. I'm digging it. Hopefully you guys enjoying it. I mean, I know that not everyone's stuck around, but we still got 17 people and 45 likes, guys. Thank you so much. I'm really honored. That's really awesome. Palty says that reminds me of the Aesop fable about the scorpion and the frog. Absolutely. Like, you said you wouldn't sting me. You said you wouldn't sting me. Dude, I'm a scorpion. You're like, you're right. I won't sting you. I promise. Oh, wait. I'm a scorpion. Yeah, that's a good one, isn't it? That's what scorpions do. And they even both drown, I know. 98 here in Florida. For whole carton, yeah. Yeah, it sounds about right. I guess the taxes there are pretty similar. I think they're about the same. And, well, you know, it's one of those deals, right, where like in California, for example, yeah, one pack of cigarettes is like $9, but you know, frequently Marlboro will subsidize